The sky was burning. The clouds red with twisted fire. Lightning moving across them. And they descended upon everything. Like a furious battle between God and Satan, good and evil. Like a fire vortex.
What's up, y'all? How's everyone doing tonight? This is the only Mazar here, and I'm basically running the whole thing on my own. So, we don't have too much time to really go over the first match, preview, but I will be using this time to quickly go over what we're going to be doing. So, before I continue on into the format and whatnot, we are going to be kicking off KC Cauldron versus the Rebellion for the Season 9 SGL Premier Cup very soon. So folks, I'm going to be using these 3 minutes to just give you guys a quick preview over how this cup tournament's going to work, because there are still a few people who will be coming in who will be like, what is this about? How is this going to work out? So here we go. Alongside our league campaigns for the SGL Premier and the SGL Championship, we will also be holding cup tournaments at around the same time. What does that mean? That means that just like in real life soccer, where you have, say, the US Open Cup running alongside MLS and the USL seasons, we will be having the SGL Cup running alongside our SGL League campaigns. So this week is the first week for all cup matches in both the Premier and the Championship. How will the matches go? Just like last season, every match is going to be a best of 7. No matter what round it's in. Upper or lower, doesn't matter, best of 7 all the way, including for this one between KC Cauldron and the Rebellion. How is this going to work out now? So, when it comes to the region selection, either both teams agree on a region beforehand, or if they don't, we're going to be playing in US Central by default. This was a decision made by the community via their votes, and for those of you who did vote, thank you very much for that, and I really appreciate it. And the rest of the admin team does as well. When it comes to how the match is going to work, this isn't a simple traditional 3v3 cup tournament, folks. No. We are changing it up a whole lot here. So this season, for our cup matches, each match is going to be involving other game modes, and they're going to be done in a game battle style, similar to the Gamers 8 Rocket League tournaments that were held over the past couple of years. What does that mean? That means that we will be starting off with a 3v3 in Game 1, but in Game 2, the Game 1 loser will decide on another game mode of their choice. Now, that game mode also includes 3v3, so if they want to play a 3v3 again for whatever reason, they can, but they can also pick between 2v2, 1v1, and our extra game modes like Hoops, Drop Shot, Snow Day, and, yes, Rumble. We are not considering other special game modes, special mutations of game modes. We're also not going to consider 4v4. It's just going to be the popular game modes that exist both in the main and extra playlists. So 3v3, 2v2, 1v1, Hoops, Snow Day, Drop Shot, and Rumble. Alright, now I have 1 minute left. I just want to quickly show you guys what the bracket's looking like for both the Premier and Champ Cups. So starting with the Premier Cup, as you can see right here, we have all 7 teams participating by virtue of being the SGL champions last season. El Matador get a bye to the upper semifinal. The rest of the teams got drawn into these matchups. It was a random draw throughout the board. So we're going to be starting off with KC Cauldron versus the Rebellion, which is match number 3 in this bracket. Alright. And then we will be having our 2 other Premier Cup matches later on in Emerald City RC and Timbers Army, as well as the Locals versus ECE Eternal. So as you can see, it is a double elimination. The losers will get a second chance. So the loser of match 2 and match 3 will face off against each other in lower round 1, and the loser of Emerald City RC versus Timbers Army will be going into the lower quarterfinal. Oh, sorry, not the lower quarterfinal. The lower quarterfinal, where they will be facing off against the winner of either Locals and Eternal or KC Cauldron and Rebellion. Now, the Championship Cup, real quick, because we are past our expected kickoff time. As you can see right here, we have both Steel Army and Los Verdes getting a bye to the next round. And they get a bye because last season there were only 3 of these teams that existed: Steel Army, Los Verdes, and EC Defiance. And as per our regular season standings, Steel Army and Los Verdes were the two highest placed teams. So by virtue of that, they get a bye to the next round. The rest of them got randomly drawn into these matchups. And this is similar to the the playoffs that we had structured last season, where you see the exact same bracket style, and of course the losers also get a second chance right here. So that's it for the brackets. We will be getting into our match shortly. We are just waiting for both teams to arrive, folks. So far we have one team in. We're just waiting for the other to arrive. I think this gives us a good chance to preview both sides right here, because we do have a little bit of time. So, KC Cauldron versus the Rebellion. If you remember last season, KC Cauldron had a bit of a rough time. They had pretty much their full strength roster out. This season, they don't have two of the players who were around last season in Yef and Cheeky Prophet. Last season, they had them both. Despite the strength of their team, they really struggled throughout the season for various reasons. And if you remember, when the Rebellion faced KC Cauldron last season, they beat them convincingly and showed that they were one of the teams to look out for this time around. Now for KC Cauldron, this season, they have gone way better, way more consistent, and they're just a much bigger threat now. And most of that is thanks to Serrano getting way more playing time this season. Last season, he couldn't get as much playing time in. This season, he is the cornerstone of the team. Now, Zach, aka Smitty, has also played a lot of games. And between the other two, Thorngold and Funch have contributed equally as well. Now, with this smaller team, they've given a lot more playing time to their key players, and that's why we're seeing a lot more consistency from them. On top of the fact that every player has gotten better compared to last season. I guess Serrano's probably the only exception because he has been mostly consistent. He might tell you otherwise, but he's that kind of dude anyways. Zach has also gone better, but he's the kind of person who is quite inconsistent still. I mean, last season he showed it. This season he still has his moments where he's at his best, but then he does some weird things, and he makes a few mistakes which you don't expect, and you're like, oh man, this guy is not on it. And then he does something incredible, like get the goal against Timber's Army last season, where he made a quick adjustment, going up in the air and reacting to a quick bounce off the ceiling. And if you guys want to watch that on YouTube, you can watch it back there. Well, I think the Twitch stream is also still up, so you guys can also catch the Twitch stream if you want, as long as it's still up. Anyways, Serrano and Zach are their two main players. They both have gone way better. Thorngold has become a much more well-rounded and solid player, and that helps KC Cauldron overall. And then you have Funch, who people would call the weakest link on paper, but even he's gotten much better, gone way more consistent, way more reliable, and this team is looking scary. And when it comes to the Cup tournament, folks, they're probably looking forward to the extra game mode. So for the Rebellion, if they lose game one, they have to be very mindful of which game mode they pick. And speaking of the Rebellion, now is a good time for us to go in and preview them. And as you can see right here, we still have the same old lineup as last season. Same old set of players. Polar and Shorts, of course, have gotten a lot of game time. Triple C's also there still. And Pipe Shot Gogan is, I think, one of the interesting players here, because he's gotten way more playing time than he has before. And I wouldn't be surprised if he gets more playing time from here on in. Anyways, with that said, Polar and Shorts are the cornerstones of this team. They're the two main guys. And the whole pattern follows similarly to, how the KC Cauldron have played their games out, where you have Serrano and Zach being the two main guys, with the third being their foundation and their, support player. Here you see something kind of similar, except, Polar tends to hold himself back a bit and be way more of a supporting player, getting the most out of Shorts and Triple C. Triple C, who has been getting into the goals quite a bit, even though he hasn't played too many games. As you can see, 12 and 9, that's really impressive. And, you have Shorts and Polar, who are going to be doing a lot more of the heavy lifting. Polar does a lot of the defensive work, a lot of good passing, a lot of 50s, a lot of making sure that his teammates can come back and recover. Shorts, last season he was the goal machine and he was the assist machine. This time he's also there, not as a, prolific as he was last season, but even this season, I mean, 14 and 17 is not bad. One behind Polar, and he also has 11 assists in that time. 22 saves overall too, which tells you that this dude is getting more active defensively and a bigger part of the team in the backline. Now, coming over into how these two teams look statistically, these are all based on their regular season matches. You know, goals for is very similar. Both teams love to go for goal. They love to score goals. And they love to take shots as well. The only difference is when you look at the goals against, KC Cauldron have been way, way better defensively. And if you guys watched their match against Timbers Army, you'll get a proper demonstration of their defensive prowess. Because those guys were saving pretty much anything and everything that came their way whenever Timbers Army took a shot on them. And, I mean, there were some incredible shots that Timbers Army took. They had, you know, double taps. They had powerful shots from quick passes into the middle. And they still couldn't get the goals to beat their opponents. So, for the Rebellion, they need to be wary of that. They need to be mindful of the fact that this Timbers Army team is going to be very tough to beat. And they have to be mindful of their backline because these guys can go out quickly on the counter and they can catch you off guard if you're overcommitting. And we have kind of seen that with the Rebellion this season too, where they've been prone to overcommitting. So they need to be very mindful of that. So that's it for the previews, folks. We are still waiting for both sides to be fully ready. Right now, the Rebellion are in. They're waiting. We're just waiting on the Cauldron, who are still not ready yet. I think they are going to be ready very soon, though. So we're just waiting for that match to start up. Now, whilst we wait, I'm going to be setting up a prediction here real quick. As a reminder, folks, this is a cup match, so it's going to be a best of 7, and we will have varied game modes. So keep that in mind when you make your predictions. Framsa, how you doing, dude? Good to see you in chat. Framsa asks me, Maz, turn you pick for both leagues? Good question. I'm trying to think of who a good potential winner will be for the Premier Cup. And you know what? I think whilst we wait for both teams to enter, I am going to very quickly jump into the Premier Cup bracket just so I can help you guys with my reasoning for my winner. So given what I said about the Cauldron and their strength, also given how good Timbers Army and ECRC are in 2s and 2s related game modes, and the Mel Matador and their overall strength, you know, there's a lot to consider, but I think I'm going to go with KC Cauldron, and I think it's because of their prowess in extras game modes. If they lose a game, they can make it back easily in an extras game mode, and in a 3v3, they will be a match for any team this season. So I think my winner for the Premier Cup, KC Cauldron. For the championship cup, it's a little bit tougher. BNG Old Timers have shown themselves to be such a good team. Like, they're such a big goal threat. But then you still have Steel Army, who are, you know, a top team, and who can match up against any team here. You have EC Defiance, who've been getting better and better and are becoming a threat to the top. So it's going to be tough, but I think what I will say is I'll go with BNG Old Timers here simply because of Christian the Plumber. I think he is a very difficult opponent for any of these guys to face. And when he gets going, he's very difficult to stop. So I think regardless of the game mode that might get played, I think BNG Old Timers will win this cup tournament on the championship side. All right, folks, we are good to go. Both teams are in. You're going to be ready to start very shortly. We are almost ready, folks. Both sets of players are in. We are going to be starting very soon. Here we go. Game 1 in the Manfield Arena between KC Cauldron and Rebellion for the SGL Cup. So far, it's the Cauldron who got a good start, but they backed off very quickly, and Fudge getting beaten there by Shorts. Serrano, though, in the near post to see that off, and kickstart his own counterattack. Weak touch by Triple C, which allows Serrano to center. Zach into the near post, top corner. 1-0 to the Cauldron. That is a hot start from them, folks. Sorry, bear with me for a sec. I do apologize for the overlay not working right now. I think I know why. Okay, we will get that sorted out very shortly. So whilst this is happening, I'm going to be bringing out the regular scoreboard for now from the game, so you guys can at least keep track of what's going on here. Muller clearing it away to Shorts. Plays a pass into the midfield. Triple C getting the 50 right there, but the ball is loose and Zach gets control. But Polar does not want to give him much time and space. Polar continuing it on, but once again the ball gets loose and Cauldron take control. And the Rebellion need to back off and see this out. Zach trying to go for a solo effort. Great defensive effort there by Shorts. And Serrano also gets beaten. Open net. And Polar gets it in off of a fortuitous 50 in the midfield. 1 second, folks. Apologies for that. If you don't see the game, don't worry about it. I do apologize, folks, for this. Technical difficulties right now, but we will be bringing back the gameplay very shortly. All right, so as you can see, the scoreboard is working again. Thank goodness. We are good to go now. Again, a little bit rough, a little bit of a mess, but that's part and parcel of a live stream, so that's on me, my bad. But we are good to go again. And so far, it looks like the Rebellion are good to go again as well. They're starting to take control of this matchup right now. Zach trying to go for an air dribble, but couldn't get a nice refined touch right there. Serrano having to clear this out, getting demo for his trouble. Polar with a nice pass out to Triple C, who gets the shot off target, though. I thought that was going in from that angle. Unlucky for them. That could have been 2-1 for the Rebellion right then and there, but now it's Cauldron's turn to attack. Bunch going for the shot, gets saved, goes for the demo. Good play right there, and that allows KC Cauldron to follow this up and keep the pressure going. Bunch with 80 boost, trying to go for a shot on goal. To no avail. It's Zach coming in instantly, trying to keep that pressure up. Serrano to Zach, who couldn't get to the ball on time, but I love the creativity and ingenuity right there from Serrano. Polar having to clear this out, and so far the Rebellion are stuck back there. They need to relieve some pressure, get out, get some demos and bumps, get some boost. Nice bump there by Polar. No one from the Rebellion, though, out there to get a shot. And now a shot off of Serrano, off of the crossbar, and out into the midfield. Looked a little nervy there for the Rebellion, but they get away with that. Polar getting beaten by Zach. Zach one-on-one. Couldn't beat Triple C. And now Shorts has to clear it out. Not too far, though. Serrano getting a shot off, and finally Polar relieves some pressure. Now it's the chance for the Rebellion to get a shot on goal, although they don't need to do anything right there because KC Cauldron have just conceded, frankly speaking, an incredibly embarrassing own goal. Ooh, Funch was not ready for that. Oh, man. I thought he would be, aware of the ball's trajectory, but I think he was kind of surprised at where the ball was going, just not expecting it to go to the back of the net, as Polar has no boost to get the third goal right there for the Rebellion. And it is that bit of luck that has helped them get the lead here so far with less than 90 seconds to go. And so far, they've done a much better job of taking control of the midfield than they did at the start of this match. Shorts having to back off. Polar on his own. Zach going for a double tap. He cannot get it on target. A player of his ability should be doing much better there. Serrano with 0 boost needs to recover and replenish his boost. But good on the KC Cauldron to keeping the pressure, but good defending as well by the Rebellion, keeping themselves well organized, getting into the right place at the right time, and making sure the ball is out into the wide areas where they don't risk a quick shot on net. Triple C, ball loose. Couldn't really get a good touch there, but Bull was able to follow that up. I thought the KC Cauldron players would have been able to get to that quicker, but they just couldn't. Ramsa chat saying lack of communication from KC, and I think he was alluding to the goal that the Rebellion got off of Zach's, own goal. And yeah, I think overall they have been blinded by what looks like the lack of communication, because they've had a bunch of good moments, but they just seem to be off positionally. Serrano, though, making sure that they don't need to worry about their team play. I mean, look at that incredible solo play, folks. And if you can, please clip that. That is an incredible shot. Serrano using everything in his boost tank to get to that second touch off of the backboard, tight angle with less than 15 seconds to go. He has brought his team back from the brink of defeat, and now his team can get a third right there. Bunch in 4 seconds gets the winner for KC Cauldron, or what could be the winner for that matter. I mean, there's still a chance for the Rebellion to come back, but surely this feels like the winner, just like Manchester United against Lyon in the afternoon when they got their quick-fire goals to come back and win. Oh, but there's a chance right here for the Rebellion. Ball in the midfield. Zach having to put it up high. Fudge, can he get there? He can. Great intervention right there. That is clutch. Zach, though, elected to keep it up instead of put it down. Not that it matters, because KC Cauldron get their Game 1 win. Well deserved at the end of the day. Sorry, folks, if I'm quiet, it's because I'm dealing with administrative matters. Just as a heads up. Bizbo, how you doing, man? Good to see you in chat. It was a rough end for the Rebellion, yeah, but that's the risk they take when they take on the Cauldron and go head to head against them. If you're not careful, the Cauldron can come back and take you on and get goals off of incredible individual play. Yeah, sorry, folks. So one thing I want to mention is the Rebellion did take their timeout. Yes, we do have a 60-second timeout. So right now we are in the timeout period, and we're just gonna be waiting for that timeout to end before we start our second match. We are almost done with the timeout, chat. 10 more seconds, and then we'll be good to go with the second match. And we are going to be going into our second match of the night. And yes, the Rebellion, by losing the first match, picked Snow Day. And here we are, folks. We're now going to see what makes this cup tournament different from the rest as we go into Snow Day. And Fudge is making the Rebellion pay for their choice as KC Cauldron get the first goal in Game 2. Now, if I am not mistaken, I think Serrano himself is very good in extras game modes. He did get an SSL title in Rumble, but I think he's also, I don't know if it's him, but I I think his teammates might be quite comfortable with Snow Day as well, so we'll see how the Rebellion can do here. I think they decided to go with this because they feel like this might be their best game mode to get back into this matchup. Polar into the opposite end. Ooh, a little awkward for KC Cauldron, having a bit of trouble dealing with this. A good pass out by Triple C, but Shorts keeps it up, taking it out to the backboard. Polar cannot get any power in that shot. And now it is Serrano trying to bring it out. Zach. Ooh, good fake right there. Punch trying to go for the pinch. Polar had the same exact idea. And now Serrano bringing it out into the midfield. And good quick shot attempt right there with Funch lurking in the back post, but KC Cauldron cannot make that count. Good defending by the Rebellion once again from Polar too. Triple C has a chance to bring this forward. Funch playing interference right there, trying to annoy Triple C, make sure he couldn't really settle down. Zach getting a 50. Gets the nice first touch right there off the side wall. Couldn't get much control. Now Serrano is able to bring it out. There's Bo in chat showing his appreciation for Snow Day. I like Snow Day too. It's one of my favorite game modes. I don't know if it's necessarily my most favorite game mode, but I do like Snow Day for sure. A lot of time for Triple C to bring it out. Takes a heavy first touch. I think he wanted to draw out a 50 there, but now it is the Rebellion's turn to go back and defend. Serrano taking his time, could not save up his boost enough to hover up in the air and touch it into the back of the net. Although he gets the second chance, and he makes it count this time. 2-0 to the Cauldron. Unfortunate there from the Rebellion. Triple C going for a heavy touch. That ball just carried out into the back post. No Rebellion player is able to get to that. And despite their choice, they're losing 2-0 right now. They need to be careful because the next game in game 3 is going to be a 3v3. So they need to make this count. Open net. Polar, how did you miss that? No one was there. Oh, Polar, you should have made that count. A player of your ability should have been able to put that into the back of the net, dude. I'm sorry, man. I have to call that out straight up. Because if you don't get a goal against this Cauldron team and put them on the back foot, they will punish you and they will make sure that you get pinned back for the next like half a minute or so. Once again, KC Cauldron are building up. Another quick attack. Zach off of the ceiling. Still keeps control. Cannot really get that second touch to carry it into the back of the net. Has no boost. He needs to recover now. Triple C into the backboard. Straight up out to Shorts. And Shorts gets one back. And it's at the perfect time as well with 2 minutes 11 seconds to go. Unfortunate whiff there from, I think, what looks like Serrano. Yeah, that was Serrano. And Shorts was right there at the right place at the right time to get one goal back for the Rebellion. 2-1. 2 minutes to go. We'll see if this gives them the confidence to get back into it. Shot off the ceiling once again from Serrano. We haven't really said his name too much right now, but he has had his moments, and now Funch dribbles it out, passes it to Zach. Zach gets a 50 off of Triple C, still has control, does not have enough boost to really get the second one off of Shorts. But none of that matters because Triple C and the Rebellion are struggling to really bring this out of the back. And when they do get it out to the opposite end, they are just so far away from the puck that they have no control. Ooh, a whiff. I think he was trying to go for a ground pitch. Zach doing a great job of keeping control of this puck on the floor. Carrying it. Dribble. Second touch. Good save by Shorts in the near post. Polar now trying to make his effort count. Nice touch away by Serrano into the wide areas, but he has to go back now. It's Shorts going for the bump. Funch with a good heads-up play, seeing that coming. But backing off just in time to make sure that he doesn't get demoed. Pass by Zach to Funch. Funch with a nice touch. Out forward. Zach with a shot on goal. Polar keeps control. And with less than a minute to go, this is the time for the Rebellion to get back. Good pass by Shorts to Polar, but good defending yet again by the Cauldron, who are just looking comfortable whenever the Rebellion attack. And with not much time left, the Rebellion have to make every attack count. They have to make every 50 count. They have to make every pass count. And they have to make every shot count too. Funch out to the far corner. This is perfect for Shorts, who takes a shot. No, that was it for them. That should have been the shot on target. They still have a second chance though. Triple C out to Shorts. Shorts once again off target. Oh, come on, dude. You know you have to make that count. One goal off, one goal away from bringing this into overtime. And KC Cauldron had the chance to seal the deal. Zach off target. Time is against the Rebellion as the puck hovers right on the Rebellion goal line. KC Cauldron take it 2-0, and this was the opportunity for the Rebellion to come back. Unfortunately not for them though. We are now going to head over to our Game 3, which will be a 3v3. If I'm quiet, folks, it's because I'm dealing with match stuff, so I'm just making sure that we will be good to go. Anyways, so we saw how well-rounded KC Cauldron are. That's why I picked them as my favorites to win this whole cup tournament, Framsa, because as you can see right there, the Rebellion chose Snow Day thinking they had the strength, but this Cauldron side is ready for everything. I mean, Zach was immaculate in this game mode, had great control of the puck. Serrano as well doing a great job, and Fudge looked like he was the best suited to this game mode out of the three. Just doing a great job of dribbling with the puck, great defending as well from him. And he has been the guy to really step it up and really make his involvement count. As we head into Game 3 in DFH Stadium, a 3v3 game mode between the Rebellion and KC Cauldron. This is it for Cauldron. They could really make it difficult for the Rebellion with a 3-0 lead and potentially sweep the Rebellion out. And they can definitely get to that point with a hot start, just like in Game 2. Serrano going for a bump, misses, but that doesn't matter because Funch is there at the right place at the right time. And Funch, who had a big Game 2, steps up once again, getting the lead for the Cauldron in this Game 3. Yo, what's up, Christian? Good to see you in the chat, dude. Yo, Christian, I'm curious as to like which game modes you like to play, because I picked you guys as the favorites, and I want you guys to be able to show that you are the top dogs in the cup as well. But for now, back into the action. The Rebellion equalized with a lot of weird defensive play right there. I've been paying attention to that, and I was wondering why there were a lot of whiffs going on. I thought Serrano faked just because he had someone in goal to get ready for that, but no one was there. And Polar capitalizes with the equalizer for the Rebellion. It looks like 3v3s have brought out the best in the Rebellion so far. But as we go back into this in Game 3, really the Rebellion needs to get a game back so that they can pile some pressure on the Cauldron. Serrano whiffing, faking actually for Zach, who had the better angle, and Zach gets the lead back for the Cauldron. Triple C wanted to bring that down and dribble it out. He just couldn't get a good touch. Serrano letting it go for Zach. Great play right there. And Polar just couldn't get to that shot. Quick fire goal from KC Cauldron, 2-1 up already. And it doesn't matter what they deal with, they're able to contend with everything. Zach going with a ceiling shot, just like he's playing Snow Day once again. This time Serrano takes control, bounces it off the corner. Fudge not able to get the Zach off target. Fudge trying to follow up to no avail. Triple C needs to bring this up, but Serrano getting a nice 50 right there. Fudge trying to go off of the backboard. He misses. Zach is back. A brace for Zach. And 3-1 to the Cauldron. Christian in chat saying, I'm excited to play 1v1. Heck yeah. I had a feeling you'd probably be a fan of 1v1, so we'll see how that goes. I think you'll be the favorite no matter which 1v1 opponent you'll be facing, so yeah, that's a good choice right there for sure. Now as for the Rebellion, no matter what choice they seem to make, it seems to be the KC Cauldron who have the advantage no matter what the Rebellion try to do in this game. Whether it's a quick clearance to a quick counter or a nice slow build-up, the Cauldron have the answer to pretty much everything, and the only way the Rebellion can come back is when the Cauldron make a mistake. Although they had a good chance right there to get the one goal back. Sorry, not the equalizer. They're 2 goals down. They had a chance to get 1 goal back yet again, but oh man. Those misses are going to hurt them. They need to make every chance count against this Cauldron side, because this Cauldron side is guaranteed to score goals. Ooh, great 50 out to Shorts. Trying to get a quick shot. Oh, this is his second chance right there. Zach, though, in a good position to get that. Low save. Now Polar centering it out to no one, unfortunately for him. Serrano trying to slow dribble, but the Rebellion are trying to keep up the pressure, going for those quick fire challenges. So far, so good by the Cauldron, though. Polar taking charge off the ceiling. No boost. Low touch by Serrano to Funch. Funch could not get that shot on target. Triple C bails out. Shorts also lets it go. He didn't get the control right there. Polar getting beaten. Zach with no boost, though. Couldn't really do much else with it. And now to the opposite end. Zach getting chased away by Triple C. Zach looking comfortable off of the ceiling. Getting the touch out to the opposite end. Getting a bump as well. And Zach is really enjoying his time right now. When he's at his best, he looks like he's having the time of his life. And when he's not at his best, well, he looks like he's just clowning around. Let's be real. Although with that said, Zach, who's not at his best, can still be a threat, as we saw in the last match against Timber's Army. Shorts booming it out to the opposite end. That's not a good idea because Serrano was ready to go. Passing it out to Zach, who's trying to go for a second touch. Gets the center off of the corner. Good pass out by Polar and Shorts. Triple C, near post. Good save by Serrano. And no matter what the Rebellion try, this Cauldron team is looking very comfortable defensively. Bunch getting it away. Not for long, though. Open net! Polar! Oh, man, that's his second big miss. That was it for the Rebellion with less than 75 seconds to go. Zach almost getting the 4th. The Rebellion need to make every chance count. Time is running out for them. They cannot afford to give away chances. They cannot afford to let the Cauldron get off the hook with their own misses. Polar, Doomsy! Rather, that was Shorts getting the Doomsy off of the backboard. 1 goal back now. Shorts doing this all on his own. The Cauldron were just not ready for that Funch. Nowhere near ready to make that save. Less than a minute to go. 3-2 to the Cauldron. They have the lead, but how long will that last for? The Rebellion need to get the equalizer. Now is the good time for them. Now is the best moment for them to get this equalizer. Slow play. Shorts taking charge. Triple C waiting. He now needs to take control of this off the side wall. He lets it go. He couldn't really do much right there. Oh no, wires across between Polar and Triple C. Ball's in the middle. Zach to the side to Serrano. Pass to Funch. And Funch puts the dagger into this game 3 with a beautiful passing play by the Cauldron. Incredible. First to Zach, then to Serrano, and finally to Funch. Guys, I hope you're clipping these goals, by the way, because some of these goals have been absolutely incredible. We've had some lowlights, but mostly we've had a lot of good highlights. 4-2 to the Cauldron. This surely is Game 3 to the Cauldron now. As the clock ticks down, the Rebellion need to make this attack count. They've had way too many good opportunities. They've made too many of them. They've missed too many of them, sorry. They cannot afford to miss any more. And when they do take shots, Funch is there at the right place. KC Cauldron had an answer to most of these attacks as well. And folks, the KC Cauldron are 3-0 up. We are going into match point for KC Cauldron. As for the Rebellion, they've already burned their timeout. This is their only chance to be able to get a game back. They need to pick the right game mode to be able to come back into this. Still waiting for the Rebellion to pick the 4th game mode. And this is make or break for them. They need to make the right choice right now. Snow Day is off the cards. Snow Day has already been picked. So they need to pick out of the rest of the game modes. A 3v3 once again. A 2v2. A 1v1. Hoops. Drop shot. Or rumble. Christian in chat asking, do cup match stats combine with league stats? Yes, they will for this season. Yes, because they're happening at the same time. The cup match and league stats will be combined. That is correct. So, folks, because the lobby was about to start up another game, I had to back out. We are going to be going into our next game mode very soon. We are just about ready to go. We are going to be going into our next game. This is make or break for the Rebellion. We're now waiting for both teams to enter. The Rebellion are in. We're just waiting for KC Cauldron. Now, what I really like about this cup tournament is we're going to see a lot more of these extra game modes be exposed for the first time ever in SGL. In previous competitions, it's always been about 3v3s. We've never been able to see other game modes. So this time, we're going to see not only like your other standard game modes, but also your extra game modes like as we saw in Game 2, Snow Day. And I'm really happy that we're going to see that be showcased, and I hope the players are also enjoying this as well, because some of them have talked about wanting to play these extra game modes, you know, so hopefully this is a chance for them to be able to experience that and have fun whilst playing competitively. And folks, we're going to have to wait a little bit longer because KC Cauldron have used their timeout. They still have not joined the lobby. We're just waiting for the timeout to be used until they come in. Alright, so the timeout is done. Both teams will be joining very, very soon. Dr. Funch and Wreck-It Ruth. Good to see you guys. Wreck-It Ruth saying, brings a lot of randomness and chance to it, though. Yes, it does, but as you can see, KC Cauldron have been able to deal with it. And they are basically, you know, ready to deal with pretty much every game mode that exists out there. 3-0 up so far. Funch and chat, good to see you as well, saying, Hoops, Rumble, and 1v1 are the only modes I was hoping I didn't have to play in, lol. Well, we'll see. Because, the Rebellion have made their choice. Both teams are ready to go. And we will be seeing what game mode the Rebellion have picked for Game 4 very shortly. And yes, we are in the Dunkhouse. It's Hoops. And it's KC Cauldron and the Rebellion for the next round. Or survival if you're in the Rebellion. Shorts, popping it off. Bowler trying to get the touch into the basket. He's just unable to get that second touch, but he follows up. Huge save by Zach. And the Rebellion have had a really good start, but this defense once again is showing up. Quick fire attempt right there by Zach. Couldn't really get the ball down into the basket, though. Say basket. This ain't old school basketball by James Naismith. It's the bucket now. Anyways, Zach solo dribbling this out, using all of his boost. He needs to bounce it off of that lower end of the basket. Not able to get it, though. Shorts off the backboard. Polar couldn't really get that on target, and now Zach has the chance to counter. Ball's loose yet again. Thorgold trying to hover it over. Couldn't really do much there, though. And now he needs to come back and help defend with Zach. Ball hovering on top of the bucket. No dunk there by Shorts, but he does get the boost steal. Now it's Zach's turn to bring it out. Nice 50 there by Polar. Thorgold. Big bounce off the backboard. Polar can really get a clean touch right there. This is Polar's chance to get a goal. Boost touch isn't going to help him, though. Shorts is right there, off the backboard. This is going down, but Thorgold, who was joined right on time, I might add, has been very good defensively. Ooh, that was it for the Rebellion off of the rim. Second chance off of the rim yet again, and now it's bounced away to the corner. Once again, the Rebellion have had the best opportunities, but they're not able to make them count, either because of great defending by the Cauldron or their own demise. Ooh, big 50 there. That ball could be going in, but the ball bounces away. Zach trying to pass it out. Looking a little awkward right there, but he does have the time to get the boost. Nice touch by Shorts. This is going into the middle. Zach gets it out of the backboard yet again. His hoops defending has been really good right here in this game. Bisbo showing some love to hoops as well in the chat. And the Rebellion have picked the right game mode, but they're just not capitalizing on it right now. Open basket. Shorts could not get that in, and Zach is able to recover right on time to clear it out. Loose ball yet again. Thorgold is waiting for this. Shorts looking awkward, going for the bump. That's not how he planned that out, I'm sure. But can he get the first touch right there? He cannot. Zach gets it. Thorgold coming in for the big 50. Zach gets the boost and the ball. Cannot get the second touch, though. Has to recover. Thorgold. Uh-oh. This is it for the Rebellion yet again when they have the chance to put it into the bucket. They're just not able to capitalize on it. And Bisbo is recognizing the good effort from the Rebellion, saying, Rebellion looking good in here so far. I absolutely agree, but none of this will matter unless they get that goal. 0-0 so far as we enter the final 90 seconds, chat. And right now, it is the Rebellion on top. KC Cauldron just defending this, trying to see this out, hoping to get one good opportunity that they can use to get the first goal. Again, off of the rim, touch wide by Zach. Shorts getting the 50. Polar needs to get there first. He gets beaten by Zach. Sorry, Thorgold and Zach now going for the shot. Cannot get the second touch. I think he ran out of boost. So far, the Rebellion have made the right choice. Unlike Game 2, where they conceded 2 goals quickly. It's been 0-0 so far. Zach, this is his moment to get the first goal. He cannot get the touch. Thorgold has no boost to follow up either. And once again, the ball bounces off the rim yet again. Oh my goodness, that's going in. And Polar gets the first goal with 38 seconds to go. Not sure why we're having these kind of lights happen during the replay, but I guess that's an addition by Psionics into the game. The Rebellion finally get a lead. Can they see this out? Can they take us to Game 5? Or will the Cauldron be able to get back into this? Nice touch there by Shorts. Loose into the backboard. Polar challenging Thorgold. Thorgold, though, has enough boost to clear this out, and he's collecting those pads to help keep up the pressure, but he runs out very quickly. Zach getting beaten by Shorts. Clock's ticking down to the final 10 seconds very soon. The Rebellion, they probably might be better off getting a second goal in all honesty, because you never know with this Cauldron team. They're always able to get the perfect goal at the right time. Shorts open at the back. Nice save attempt right there. Not that it matters because Polar gets the second with 1 second to go. Game set. We are going in to Game 5. And yet another 3v3. Yeah, Funch was not really looking forward to Hoops. He said it in chat. Well, the Rebellion have made their choice count, folks. They've gotten the game off of the KC Cauldron. Nice effort right there by Shorts and Polar. Kept huffing and puffing. They couldn't really get the goals until the very end. Hopefully this catalyzes them into form at the right time, potentially for that reverse sweep. But knowing this Cauldron team, they will be hungry and ready to go get back into it for Game 5. Whew. Well, that was a rough game for Cauldron. I mean, they were second best and for the most part. They held on, defended very well, but they just couldn't get most of their shots to really count. The Rebellion, though, looked way more comfortable, getting better shots in. But unfortunately for them, they just really couldn't get the goals until the very end. We are now heading in to Game 5. We're just waiting on both teams to bring their third in. I think they probably have by now. Let's see. We are still waiting for a third from the Rebellion. We're just waiting to see. And both teams have the third in. We are good to go into Game 5. And I think the Cauldron are going to be looking forward to this. They needed this. After that concerning performance in Hoops in Game 4. Here we go. Game 5 kicks off in Aquadome. The Rebellion have a chance to get back into this. And they need a win right here. They need to capitalize on the good performance they had in Hoops. KC Cauldron starting off strong yet again. Zach getting the first goal for Cauldron. It has been their match anytime they've had a 3v3 game mode going. And for the Rebellion, this is the worst start possible. Double commit at that first attempt, and then Zach had the open net pretty much. Shorts was not able to adjust quickly enough to get to the near post. And that's how good KC Cauldron are. And now the Thorngold is back in. I forgot to acknowledge that. You know, Thorngold effectively coming in. We didn't really talk about him much in Hoops. Thorngold was one of the best players in the matchup between the Cauldron and Timber's army. And with him coming in right on cue, this might serve the Cauldron well as they seek out this victory in the upper quarterfinal in the first cup match of this season. Serrano pinching it off of the side wall. Has no boost, needs to recover now, and this is the Rebellion's chance to take control of the ball. Polar going for bumps, gets the boost. Cannot really get to the ball. Shorts now off the backboard. Zach clearing it away, and Polar has to take control now. Good first touch. He can beat Thorngold right here, but he whips, and Shorts has to get it out of the way. The Rebellion are looking a little disheveled right now. They need to recover. They need to get organized yet again. Thorngold trying to up the pace with a quick first touch and second touch. Thorngold now, though, has no boost, and he needs to get back. Serrano lofts it up. This should give his teammates a chance to get some boost and get back into the attack. Zach waiting for the moment. Gets it off the sidewall. Gets the flip reset. Polar, though, is there to intervene. And now the chance at the other end. Whiff from both Thorngold and Shorts. Shorts with a bump. Zach, though, keeping his composure and tries to get it out. Serrano now tries to touch it away to the side with little to no boost. Polar needs to get back. He has no boost right now. Thorngold has enough to get him 50 out into the midfield. Serrano lets it go to Zach. Not really a good pass, though. The Rebellion are there to see it off, and now they need to see this attack off yet again. Shorts getting a big save with Zach lurking right in front of him. Serrano now defending yet again. Nice save off of the near post. Pass into Polar. Great bump by Thorngold. He knew what was coming. He was ready for that. Incredible bump to see that off. Bunch, now that you're back on the bench, let me know. Are you gonna be able to come back in if the Rebellion will get another win, or do you think you're gonna be just spectating for the rest of the time? As the Rebellion do get a shot on target, big save right there by Zach. Right place at the right time yet again. He didn't need to do anything fancy, just making his presence felt at the near post. Triple C could not get it over him. And so far the Rebellion have had good chances, but the Cauldron have defended this really well. Zach getting a flip reset. Great read by Triple C off of the backboard, but the Cauldron keep the pressure up. The Rebellion look boost starved. Polar needs to intervene just to make sure his teammates are able to get themselves settled. Ball loose in front of the net. Polar has to clear this out with no boost, and that touch means the Rebellion can't get a shot on net. Open net. Serrano off the backboard into the goal. Makes a big save. And the clock ticks down to 90 seconds. This is a chance for the Cauldron. Thorngold cannot get his touch off of his Domus. Big demo. Polar into the near post. Serrano yet again recovering. Low shot. Triple C with the equalizer. And for once, the Rebellion have had things go their way. They're able to capitalize. Good effort there. Good bumps. Good demos. That's the Rebellion gameplay we have come to expect. Game 5. This was there for the taking for Cauldron, but now they're in a not so comfortable position. The Rebellion are looking way more comfortable right here. Can they get this win? Can they keep the chances of the reverse sweep up? Triple C popping the ball up. Cannot get the second pass out. Shorts off the backboard to Polar. Polar with the lead. Huge goal by the Rebellion. Shorts getting the 50 off his sack. Polar getting to the ball first. Serrano had no boost. He could not get there on time. And Polar gets the lead for the Rebellion 2-1 with less than a minute to go. Dr. Funch in chat answering my question saying, we'll see what the team thinks if that happens. I'm fine knowing I was there for the first 3. And you played very well too. Come on, man. Like, you were pretty good in those first 3 games as well. But right now, the KC Cauldron are in a bit of a pickle. Well, 2 sacks. Serrano and Zach, you know when they're on the field, no matter what they deal with, they will always get a goal back. Serrano got bumped into that, still had the control to get the pass out to Zach. Zach with a 72 mile per hour, 114 kilometer per hour shot. Courtesy of Allen's BangersOnly.com radar gun. And now the Cauldron have a chance to get a third. Zach flicking it off of the backboard. Serrano, backboard again. Thorngold to the far post. He cannot get it on target. And now Zach slow plays this with a 100 boost. To Serrano off the backboard. Thorngold needs to back off. The goal is still there at their mercy. He cannot get the shot on target. Zach coming in at the right time. He may have had his bad moments earlier, but he has gone back and he's been incredible. Winner potentially. Thorngold. And just like that, KC Cauldron have got the game winner and what could potentially be the match winner with 1 second to go. This is the kickoff that matters for the Rebellion, and it doesn't work out. They go for a triple commit. KC Cauldron see this off. The Rebellion huffed and puffed. They tried, but KC Cauldron go on to the upper semifinals. As for the Rebellion, they will get a second chance. This is a double elimination tournament, but they will be going into the lower bracket, into lower round 1. Man, what an incredible effort, by the way, by the Rebellion after that game 4. They really tried to ramp up the pressure, ramp up the intensity. Unfortunately for them, they just couldn't get their finishing touch. Just missed too many shots. Unfortunate for them, but you know what? They will have learned enough lessons right here, and they should be good to go from here on in for the rest of the tournament, albeit through the lower bracket. Chat, that was an incredible game mode, man. Game 5. That was an incredible freaking game 5. I thought the Rebellion had it when Polar got that lead with less than a minute to go. But you know the Cauldron. You know that when they're at their worst or when they're in the toughest situation, they find a way out. That little bump, that one bump on Serrano was the difference at the end of the day, because it gave KC Cauldron that whole impetus to get that equalizer and the game winner. Thorngold somehow getting it too. I mean, he came in as a sub for Funch, who did pretty well in the first 3 games. And Thorngold comes in and makes the biggest contribution, getting the match winner with 1 second to go. Folks, we will be having interviews very shortly. We're going to have one for sure from the Cauldron. We're just waiting to see who will be coming for the Rebellion. All right, folks. We are going to have our interview very shortly, but before I do, let me just pay out the eventual winners. I guess one person put a bet on the Cauldron. 3 people put a bet on the Rebellion. Unfortunately for you guys, the Rebellion lost. So 11k points goes out to Argless, who picked the winner, and I think he was the only guy who picked the winner here. Congratulations, Argless, for your 11k channel points. Change of plans, chat. We're going to be getting an interview from the Rebellion first, because this interviewee needs to head off very soon. So we will be welcoming in... Just give me 1 sec. Triple C, welcome on in into the commentary booth. Now, Triple C, tough loss, but you have a second chance now. So, how do you feel having gone into one of the best teams, having gone against one of the best teams in the Cauldron and trying to, get them to game 6 and 7, but falling short?
Yeah, no, we were up 2-1 with what, 14 seconds left in that first game. So that one kind of was a heartbreaker where we let up 2 goals with that much time left on the clock. So that one definitely hurt a lot, to be quite honest. So, going into hockey or ice, it was by choice, specifically because we knew how good they were at Rumble. So we went into hockey, and the thing that really hurt us the most in every single game mode we played, basically, besides hoops, we let up a goal within the first 10-20 seconds. Every single game we just played today. So, being better off of the kickoff is just going to be so important for us. And, this last game, they scored a goal with 1 second left. The first game, they scored a goal with like 1 or 2 seconds left. So, if the ball doesn't bounce that way, maybe we get to some OTWs or something along those lines. So close games. They did have one game where they just kind of destroyed us, and that was the 3rd game. But we'll be better. We'll be back. So
I wanted to ask about the kickoffs, and you mentioned it as well. Like, you need to be better off of kickoffs. So, what did you guys get out of that in particular? Because it seemed like you guys really struggled off of the kickoff, and you guys typically conceded the first goal in pretty much almost every match.
Yeah, it was every game. They were getting control from the get-go. I don't know if they were speed flipping right away, or if we just weren't in position. Is there lack of preparation? I mean, there was a couple kickoffs where, they were instantly getting that 50 and just getting the shot off right away. I think they scored 7 seconds in and then 5 seconds in on 2 different occasions. So, yeah, it's something we need to be cognizant of. Something we gotta rewatch and work on and see how we're rotating incorrectly to fix that.
Oh yeah, for sure. But you know what? You guys still have the second chance now. And now that you've played your first cup match this season, how do you feel about this format? It's a little different now that we're switching between game modes. In the best of 7 format as well. How do you feel about this? How do you guys make do with the element of, well, a bit of randomness in terms of the fact that you know a different game mode might pop up when you don't expect it?
That was fun as hell. I thought that was wicked fun, and the fact that like the losing team gets to choose the game mode, so it's gonna be different almost every single time. So you have to kind of do some research on the team you're playing against and what they're good at. One of their players is really really good at Rumble, so we knew not to play that game mode. So it was a really really fun time. I think it's definitely something we should keep. I think we all enjoyed that. It was central server. The pings were even on both sides of the house, so I think it worked out really well.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, you guys were enjoying it out there, but you know you still couldn't get the results. And one of the most noticeable things was you guys just kept missing shot after shot after shot. Uh, how are you guys? How do you guys feel about that? Was it starting to tilt you guys potentially, or were you guys just able to deal with it?
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple open nets that I forget which player it was, but we had misses on, which, that happens every once in a while. It happens, sometimes you have some bad nights. And the thing is, some of us might get tilted, but it's the others bringing them back up. So just like over speaking them if they're like they get mad at themselves or something, talking over them and just saying, keep going, keep playing, or I'm dropping back, I'm third, whatever you're going to be saying, trying to just like get their head back into the game is all you can do in that moment. You really can't be like, oh yeah, you're terrible, you know what I mean, or even say nothing is probably even worse. So that's kind of how we play with it.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I mean, you have to big them up and keep that encouragement going. But there were several moments where you guys just had such good passes, and there were just so many instances where you guys just really whiffed or just completely couldn't get a touch on the ball. So was that due to miscommunication, you feel, or was it just unlucky?
No, honestly, it was really unlucky. We were making really good connections with our passes. We were doing excellent in the final in the defending third, and in that middle third we were getting control of the ball. I mean, we had Cauldron, we were beating him in two different games for a while in both those games, and it was the end of the games where I don't know what happened, if we lose our head or if we get too much in the zone or what have you, but that's where they started scoring. But during the middle of the game, like, we're controlling the entire game. We were putting on the pressure. Besides game 3, we were always putting on the pressure. We were always doing really well. So, they outplayed us at the last minute of every single game, and that's where the W came for them. So, congrats to them.
Well, you have a second chance. You're going to be facing off against one of the losers of the Locals and ECE Eternal. If you had a choice, which opponent would you like to face?
It doesn't matter. We're gonna beat them anyway.
Well, bold words, Triple C, but you know what? I like the confidence. Just keep in mind, you guys did lose to the Eternal, so.
I know. I'm joking.
But hey, with that said, the floor is now yours, Triple C. I didn't want to hold you on here for too long, so go ahead, say what you want to say, and yeah, give your shout outs.
I'm gonna give a shout out to today. Today's shout out's gonna go to, I think it's KJ. Is that the person that does the graphics for the stream?
That is right. It is KJ. Yep.
Shout out to him. These graphics and the entire production are spot on. And even shout out to you. We had a delayed game, and you were able to kind of talk through the stream and doing some random stats here and there until we got the kickoff going. So very, very good job in the production all the way through on both sides of that. So that's where my shout out is going to go today. And also congrats to KC. They deserve the W.
Hey, thank you for the kind words, man. Appreciate it. It was a little bumpy, though. I'm gonna be honest. It wasn't the best for me, but I mean, here we are.
Dude, you're doing solo, and you have and you delayed like 8-9 minutes, and you're able to talk through that and not lose viewers. You actually gain viewers while you're doing it. So no, you did a killer job. Keep it up.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
All right, have a good one, guys. Thank you for having us.
Take care. Have a good night.
Bye.
Folks, that was Triple C of the Rebellion. We're now gonna get an interview very shortly from Serrano of KC Cauldron. Just bear with me as I get that set up and ready to go real quick. And here he is, Serrano. Hey, man, how you doing?
Oh, I'm good. How about yourself?
Good, man. I mean, I was scrambling a little bit just to make sure everything was in order and you guys were aware of how everything works out. Because it did seem like there was a little bit of uncertainty here and there. And speaking of uncertainty, there was a moment between games 3 and 4 where, you guys had a bit of an extended pause. So what went on there?
We just couldn't figure out how to get into the lobby. That was all. It was nothing crazy.
Damn. Well, that's unfortunate. I mean, so just full context, folks. KC Cauldron pretty much could have joined on time, so they had to burn their timeout because the delay was getting a bit more extended. So that's why you lost your timeout, Serrano. Sorry, but
Yeah, I figured. It's fine.
you know what? At the end of the day, you guys got a setback at hoops, but you're able to bring it back in 3v3s. Now, when it comes to extra game modes, you guys felt very confident about yourself. I mean, we saw your Are a Genius tag. With that said, though, that hoops game mode was a little rough. Like, Thorngold and Zach struggled a bit. So, is that a weak point for you guys in the team, or is that did that just come at a bad time?
Um, it just came at a bad time because Thorngold was late because I'm about to air you out. I'm sorry, but he was late because he read the time wrong, and so was Sponge. They were late to the game because they read the time wrong when I said EST, and they thought it said CST. So the delay of the game at the very beginning was because of that, and so they didn't really have time to like warm up or anything. And so I guess it showed, I guess, in the hoops game, but also I guess to kind of like I guess it is a little bit of a weakness because none of us really like hoops like that. Like I'll play it, but it's not gonna be more than like my placements or something like that.
Right. I mean, I don't know if you guys are a fan of Snow Day, to be fair. I don't think you guys speak too highly about Snow Day. But you guys looked amazing there. I mean, Zach was having the time of his life. He looked incredibly comfortable on the puck, whether it was up in the air, on the ceiling, or on the ground. And Funch in particular was really enjoying it as well. So, was that something that Funch was looking forward to when he realized that we went into Manfield Snowy for Snow Day?
I don't think any of us have a negative opinion on Snow Day. We all like semi enjoy it. I like it a decent amount. Um, but yeah, when he saw we loaded up into Snow Day, we were like, "Oh, bet, let's go!" Because you know Snow Day's not in the competitive rotation right now, so being able to play it and like right now was pretty nice. Because again, like can't
Yeah,
play it
that
unless
is
you
unfortunate,
do it in a
isn't
private
it? Like,
match.
Snow Day
Yeah.
has always been a popular game mode relative to other game modes. And for it to just be stuck in this rotation hell, it sucks. But I'm glad we get the chance to showcase it in this tournament. So, with that said, you know, with how the tournament's formatted, was this something you guys were looking forward to be able to try out these other game modes, whether standard or extra?
Um, yeah, it was a way for all of us to be able to play at once instead of one person like sitting out of rotation for a night on like a normal like 3v3 series. We were all able to play and have fun in each game mode. And again, like we've been saying, Snow Day was back and I was excited. So were my teammates, and we just went out there, we was having fun.
Yeah, that was a similar sentiment brought out by the Rebellion as well. They seem to enjoy being able to try out these different game modes and relish the occasion. Speaking of the occasion, that game 5, it looked really tense for you guys. You were able to pull it out of the hat once again. Talk us through like your mentals in that moment when you guys were, you know, dealing with a setback when the Rebellion pinned you back and then took the lead. How'd you guys deal with that?
Just the whole it's winnable mentality, you know what I mean? Because we were only down 2-1, and then there's still like what, like 28 something seconds left on the clock. That's plenty of time to make something happen. And then sure enough, we get the ball over on their side, and we just do a few passes, and then it's just in the net, and then we win the game. So yeah, just not giving up. I hate to sound cheesy, but that's pretty much what it was. Like, yeah, bro, we can do this. And if we lose, then we just go to a 6th game. You know what I mean?
Right, right. I gotcha. And hey, I mean, it worked out for you in the end, didn't it? So there you go. Now, for the next round, you guys will be facing one of the locals or EC Eternal. If you had to pick a winner to face in the next round, who would you choose?
Um, I don't think we have a preference. Just play whoever shows up. You know what I mean?
Hey, fair. Sounds good. I mean, the Rebellion felt kind of similar, although they were a little bit more bullish with their statements. But you know what? Good to know. So there you have it, Serrano. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations on making it into the semifinals, the upper semifinal rather. And yeah, now the floor is yours. So go ahead, say what you want to say.
Um, shout out my teammates showing up day in and day out, all supporting each other. Shout out you, Maz, for dealing with the technical difficulties we had today. I'm sorry about that. Um, yeah, that's about it, to be honest. Thank you.
Hey, all good. And thank you for your time here, Serrano. Appreciate it. And have yourself a good night. We'll catch you next time.
Yeah, for sure. Peace out.
Peace. There you have it, folks. Our first match, our first cup match, rather, of this season has concluded. Congratulations to KC Cauldron on winning this 4-1 against the Rebellion. So just a second, folks. I am trying to make sure that this bracket gets updated. So I'm just taking a minute to just get this sorted out. So just bear with me for a sec as I get this updated. So if I'm silent, that's why. Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure that we have this updated. Almost done. Sorry, bear with me for a sec. Sorry about the delay, guys. I am back. I had to step away. Something I had to deal with away from the computer. But I am back now. We're going to be ending the stream not ending the stream very soon, sorry. We're going to be ending this live broadcast very soon. We'll be going over to a VOD. But for now, I just want to show you guys the cup bracket because we do have it up to date and ready to go. And here we go. Here it is, folks. With that victory for KC Cauldron, they are going to be through to the semifinals. I forgot to update that. I'll get that sorted out in a bit. That's not a big deal. But yeah, the Rebellion are into the second round, and KC Cauldron are through to the semifinals. And this was a great win for KC Cauldron too, because you know, the Rebellion had them on the ropes on several different occasions. And they had to see off a decent bit of pressure in several of these games. But, you know, they have the quality. They're able to see it off. They're able to make it count. So that's what makes them so good. That's what makes them one of the favorites, not just in the league, but in this cup as well. No matter what adversity they face, they're always able to deal with it. Sorry, I'm still updating the bracket. All right, we are now good to go. The bracket has been updated. There you go. Cauldron into the semifinal, upper semifinal. Rebellion in lower round one. We are all done with that. That's our updated bracket for the SGL Premier Cup. Now, folks, we are going to be having a few other matches tonight. In fact, are going to have 3 more matches tonight. We're going to have the other 2 remaining upper quarterfinal matches of the SGL Premier Cup tonight. We're going to be starting off with the Locals versus EC Eternal. The Locals versus EC Eternal in around 40 minutes or so. 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific. And then we will be following that up with TEA, Timber's Army versus ECRC versus Timber's Army. And then we will have in a match from the Championship Cup, Axe and Rose SC versus EM Big Dogs. So yeah, don't go anywhere, folks. We will be right back very shortly. I say very shortly. It will be in less than an hour. In the meantime, I'm going to be setting up a VOD from one of our past streams. And once we get towards the start of the second match, we will be getting that up real shortly. For now, though, we had KC Cauldron versus the Rebellion. KC Cauldron win 4-1 against the Rebellion. The second match will be the Locals versus EC Eternal. Just making sure that is updated so that we can see it. There you go. The Locals versus EC Eternal will be coming up as our second match very shortly. For now, though, we will be heading out for an intermission. I'll be putting on a VOD. That VOD will be playing for the duration of this break, and then we'll be back in like 30 to 40 minutes. All right, so guys, don't go anywhere. We will be back in like 30 to 40 minutes. We'll take a short break, and then we'll be back with the second match. So thank you all for joining me. This is the Only Mazar signing out. Apologies for some of the roughness in this stream, but I think it's all fine. We should be good to go for the rest of the night. So take care, and I'll see you guys in a bit.
Any day of the week. Serrano looks like he same carb, but new skin here.
Switch up as well. We did see Loy Boy leave the game. He actually is going to switch off the Ford F-150 for the
Yep.
Fennec. Thorin looking dangerous there, but able to get blocked out. Serrano now going to be able to take boost, take some control. Looks a little bit awkward here. He's going to go in front of the net, and it is going to be punished. Nelly puts a great shot into the net.
Yeah, it's tough 50 by Serrano in his own half, and Nelly reads it well.
Yeah, and a lead for Timber's Army early on, but we've seen these games so far. Both have been very high scoring, so we know the goals probably aren't over yet.
There's more coming. Here we have Thorngold, a chance to score of his own, and he puts it just past Loyboy. Loyboy can't get up fast enough in the net.
Yeah, you just goals galore over here. We got shots, we got
Stat
goals.
padding. Just trying to get up on the leaderboards.
You think maybe something planned between the
Maybe.
squads? I mean, this is gonna be a good week for the leaderboards, no matter what side you're on. Both sides scoring so many. Zach up in the air, gonna try and put this mid for his team. Now he's gonna be able to take care of that, no problem. You have to be
Low
careful
losing
though.
the challenge there. Well played to keep
Toronto.
it in half, but they kind of back off.
Looking to gain control here, get this out of the danger zone. Playboy trying to put it back in.
Tactical fakes there, it looks like.
Loyboy with a great touch. Serrano though going to be able to get the save. Now Serrano looking to get dangerous. Shot did look a bit wide, but Loyboy's just going to make sure. Back up the wall. Another dangerous position here. Is eventually going to get cleared out.
Just gonna screen the black for a second there.
Oh, I'm good. Loyboy with the musty. Not able to get that as mid as I'm sure he probably wanted to. Thorin looking to get a shot on net. Gonna be saved by Nelly. Zach putting the ball up. Now Loyboy with a shot. And ooh, Zach almost putting it in his own net, but we'll say calculated. All part of the plan.
Absolutely.
Wydog now up, gonna be beat by Serrano. And Nelly looks for the follow-up. And Zach shooting it into an open net. That will be a goal. KC Cauldron take the lead.
Just like that. 2-1 KC Cauldron. In a 1-1 series. A very important game to win.
Absolutely. You want to put yourself on match point, take the pressure off yourself just a little bit going into the next game. And as we were saying, it could be a lot of goals this game. It did actually slow down for quite a bit for quite some time. See if it ends up picking back up now that maybe the floodgates have opened.
Yeah, and something to mention on the stream, you'll see on your right side you have the EM Big Dogs EC Defiance series being played out. EM Big Dogs down 2-0 to EC Defiance, so EC Defiance looking to take a sweep there. But back into the action for KC Portland. Timber's Army. KC in the attack with low boost, but not much going for them.
Loyboy trying to take control here. Great read off the wall.
Great demo by Rydog. Oh. That's something where you can see that the team's kind of just firing on all cylinders, even though it doesn't play out for them. Rydog had a great demo, and then Loyboy going for the solo play to put it on net, almost leading to a goal.
Not gonna lie, that could be a strategy we see more often, but Loyboy able to put a great shot just around the defender. Tie it up.
Yeah, incredible pressure here by Nelly. taking the touch away from KC, and just putting it back into the middle for Loyboy to beat the KC goalie near post.
Real fast shot, but anything could happen in the next 50 seconds. Loyboy puts him mid.
Oh, the miss is an open net.
Absolutely wide open, and Zach will take advantage of that. I think that's the second goal he's had similar to that, where it's just no defenders home, just able to put it away for free. To be there and take advantage of that, the
Yeah.
skill of it of itself.
Yeah, the best players find themselves in the best places.
Right eye puts him mid for Nelly. A great passing play off the post, though. Oh, a bit of a heartbreaking situation there. Thorn on the wall, but no boost to his name. Looked maybe trying 50, but isn't going to be able to get one. And Zach once again looking at an open net, and oh, what a fake! 5 seconds remaining.
Army goes that. See if we're gonna go to
Thorn.
overtime. No.
Smart there, just to run the clock.
KC Cauldron taking game 3 here. 2-1 series for KC.
Yeah, and like I said, if you're KC, you're happy going into that next game with the pressure off a little bit.
Yeah, pretty evenly played here by both sides. No one player really carrying their squad in that game. Zach did have 2 goals. One of them, as we saw, was an open net, so he takes those. But yeah, really just an equal performance all around by each player on both lineups in a 1-goal game. Really could have gone any way.
Yeah, absolutely. I think third game could once again also go absolutely either way here. I think we'll see if any changes are being made in terms of cars. We've seen a lot of car switch ups, so we'll see if any changes are going to be there.
We have both teams loaded up into the lobby for game 4. This could be the last game if KC Cauldron is to take it, but if Timbers Army want to run the distance, they have to win this game 4.
Absolutely. And while this kickoff is underway, just a quick update. Defiance sweep Big Dogs 3-0.
We checked in on that series earlier. It's 2-0, and EC Defiance, a team that's been in the league for a long time, showed their prowess and their power in that game.
Loyboy with a great 50 here. Nelly looking to do the same. A dangerous position, but able to get back. Loyboy get that save. Loyboy looking to get Techie up off the wall. Find anything. Serrano getting a shot on net, going to be saved by Rydog. And to clear it out far. Demo.
Demo in the back lines.
Be aggressive is probably what they're saying to each other as he goes for the demo. Loyboy clearing it out. Putting a shot on net is going to be saved by Thorin. A great save by Thorin.
Yeah, great angle, but just better save.
Zach settling in the midfield. It is going to be punished by Loyboy. Going to find that clear. Put that in on net.
Yeah, looks like it was a Serrano, maybe pre-jump this save. Went a little too high.
It was a good effort though, very close. Timbers Army taking the early lead. On the wall, is going to go back into midfield. Rydog's going to take care of that. Putting a shot on net, and it's just going to go in.
looks like Thorngold there, a little awkward going backwards, trying to defend the net, and it just goes over. He did have the boost to get it, but just didn't have the read. Great shot though, to lift it all the way across the field into the top part of the net.
Yeah, I mean, 93 kilometers from that distance too. Like, that was an absolute boomer of a shot. Not exactly an easy one to read. But a 2-0 lead now. See how teams adjust, how the rest of the match plays out. Great pinch by Nelly. Holy.
Wow.
And Rydog
Oh, and a
looking at an
misread.
open net.
Uh-oh. Not looking great for KC Cauldron here. They do not want to go into a game 5 being down this many goals. A lot of time left, but if I know Timbers Army, they have the ability to just kind of stomp down and stay, keep their opponents down.
And Shorts, I believe this is the biggest lead we've seen so far in this series. Do you
Yeah.
think Timbers Army has made any massive changes since the last few games?
I don't want to be the one to say it, but there's one less truck on the field than there was in the game that
No.
Timbers Army won.
I was thinking the same thing. Bring back out the Ford F-150. That's the key. Thorn up, gonna be able to clear this. Now you're looking to do something dangerous. Actually passes to Rydog, who almost puts in a beautiful shot. Would like to see that. Boy putting it up off the wall. Wow, what an effort.
Yeah, it goes for something really mechy right there and almost pulls it off.
About a foot away from that.
Awkward here by Nelly.
Yeah, Lloydboy's
Wait.
gonna come save the day though. As Lloydboy gets up. Oh, I thought he was able to get another touch there, but no. Zach
he's-
now
he's
looking to
really
get up
really
himself.
touch, but, well,
Try number 2. Get the flip reset.
Serrano coming in, taking one back off the board.
Does Toronto double tap this?
I think so.
Oh, great little flip reset pass.
Oh, he
Oh,
put
I see
Rydog
it.
into the double tap.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, 100% take those. Plenty of time to come back down to. We got a 3-1 game here for Timbers Army as KC.
You just need to take one at a time, but oh my goodness. Nelly with a beautiful double tap is actually going to be saved by Thorn. Thorn right now being the brick wall in the net. Rydog can take this off the back wall, is able to put it dangerously in the front of the net.
Oh,
Serrano.
that ball was 90% in, and Serrano takes it off the back line.
Absolutely insane.
KC's just absorbing so much pressure right now. They have to get the ball out and get a goal soon here if they want to have a chance to end the series here, possibly
Not
with
letting them
overtime.
breathe, but Zach now in a dangerous position is just gonna put
Oh, he
Zach's
finds
been
those.
so good at just like finding that opening and punishing it.
Carrying the ball out with enough speed to not get caught up to. And we have just under a minute left in a 1-goal game. KC has a chance to take this to overtime and close out the series.
If not, we will be seeing a game 5. Serrano looking to dribble this out. Zach putting in a dangerous shot. It's gonna go to Thorn's car now. Thorn will try to put this mid. Zach up in the air. Not able to find it. Lloydboy puts in a dangerous shot. Serrano, though, great for the save. But back into a dangerous position. Once again, saved by Serrano. Not able to get the double tap. Zach, but Thorin able to read the whiffs and put that one away for a tie game. 21 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Nelly was hoping that Rydog was going to read that because he had no boost in net. Thorngold is there to put in the tying goal. 21 seconds left. A goal from KC ends the series. A goal from Timbers Army puts us into game 5.
One right on.
Speaking of goals from
Never mind.
Timbers
Sorry.
Army,
Oh boy. Timbers Army just able to put off a kickoff goal. Only 16 seconds.
The amount of goals been scored in this series, 16 seconds is plenty of time.
KC College trying to get a little fancy on the kickoff there. Maybe go for a pinch.
Rydog taking
Remaining time.
control. Hoping to take the time down. If it hits the ground, we're going to game 5. And we are.
We're casting.
Timber's
Of
Army.
course we're going to game 5.
Of course we are. Never not gone to game 5, I believe.
I think you're right. I think every game that we have casted has gone to a game 5.
Yeah, looking at the scoreboard here, another game. It looks like no standout players really. Nobody anchoring their team down. Really just solid performances around. I'm honestly impressed by how Zach is just everywhere on the field, making some really quality plays. So I'm gonna call it. It's gonna be Zach carrying KC Cauldron to victory in Game 5. What do you think?
Now I'm gonna go the opposite direction here. I think we're gonna see some crazy shots from Lloyd Boy. He's been so close to these insane technical shots he's been going for. I think Game 5 is where he's gonna step up and make them happen.
Yeah, looking at the stats there, you can see Lloyd Boy did have 6 shots, 2 goals. So that's pretty good shot percentage and being the top shooter on his team. I believe in most of the games, Lloyd Boy's been the top shooter. So just an offensive threat all around.
All right, Game 5 now underway. From the wall. Thorne looking to put this ball down to Serrano, I believe, yes. 50. Lloyd Boy looking to get dangerous, but not able to keep control of the ball. Want to take care of that clear, but goes in the hands of Nelly, who loses his life for it.
I wonder if we'll see some teams playing a little bit sloppy as we kind of get a reset here where teams are going to be a little bit nervous going into Game 5. See who's able to keep their nerves.
And I am also hoping to see a bit more passing plays, a bit more intentional passing plays from each side. I
Yeah,
know
we got
they're
a few
capable
earlier
of
in
it.
this game, but not many recently. And speaking of a passing play, oh, Serrano not able to get it down to Thorngold.
Lloyd Boy looking at a relatively open net, will punish that. Beautiful shot though. My.
Nelly playing lead blocker there, making Thorngold jump, getting the demo on the second guy, but Lloyd Boy putting in an absolute beaut. Top shelf where Mama hides the cookies.
That's right, 4 minutes on the dot now. It's such high scoring games. Serrano gonna go up on the wall here. It is gonna go up and then straight down. Lloyd Boy with a beautiful read there to get that. Rydog now taking control. Not able to get the 50 out completely, but Lloyd Boy will take care of it from there. Serrano now up on the ball. Pushing to challenge Nelly. Thorin, the pinch.
Ooh.
Looking very dangerous. Zach up in the air. Off the bar. And off Rydog and in.
Yep. I think use some Jedi mind tricks to push Rydog into that to get the double tap. Rydog has no boost to get out of the way of that or make any play. He's just kind of throwing his car in the way to see if he can make a save.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing you can do there. Most definitely not Rydog's fault. It's a bit of an unfortunate scenario. We're all
Yeah,
tied up.
boost control.
Serrano up in the
Awkward
air,
for
looking
Nelly
for the ball mid. Going now from the ball. Here goes Serrano mid. Serrano no boost though. And we put it to the side. Nelly taking control here. Get out by Zach. Lloyd Boy up in the air. Plenty of boost to do something with this. Gets the flip reset. Looks to go for another one, but not able to find it. But still, Nelly almost put that in. Serrano putting that mid to Zach. Will he be able to get there? Yes, he will, but it is going to be saved by Nelly. But Serrano able to finish that up.
You just know when Serrano has that chance, he's going to put the shot in the spot where it needs to go, and he does. Rydog with a great attempt at the squishy save. Was actually really close, but Serrano's going to power that into the top shelf. No one's saving that.
And now a lead for KC Cauldron.
Yeah, something that'll make them feel a little bit more comfortable after game 4 where they went down 3-0 and it looked a little grim for them. Really coming back into the series again.
Coming up with the lead in a double demo. He's going to leave Lloyd Boy with an open shot.
Oh,
Well,
is
able to
that
put
right?
that one
Yeah,
away.
Rydog.
All from a beautiful pass from Nelly.
Great play by Rydog there. Always got to be looking for the demos when you're on your rotate back. It opens up so much, especially when the other team is committing pressure forward.
Man, it looks like we're seeing one heck of a game 5 here.
Yeah,
We're all
2-2,
tied
less
up.
than 2 minutes left.
Oh, good little touch from Zach. He's going to go mid. Will Zach be able to read it? Yes, he will. Zach able to put it away.
What a read.
KC Cauldron now take the lead. I wasn't sure if he had this, but the bounce up actually able to redirect that back in. Very good read from him.
Yeah, 3-2. Minute 45 left. Casey Calder's up.
A little awkward, but he's still able to get to the ball. Thorn now looking to clear it out. Rydog will look to take control here. Puts it to the side.
Yep.
Great hit off the ceiling. To his teammate in mid. Thorn now back alone. Able to get the clear out. Lloyd Boy up early though.
Great defensive stand there by Thorngold.
And Lloyd Boy trying to drop that middle. Serrano will have none of that. Clear that out.
Pops to the middle for Zach, not able to get there, but Thorngold might be able to control this in the midfields. Instead gives it back to Timber's Army.
Oh, and a great bump from Lloyd Boy.
Hey.
Could this end dangerous?
Oh.
Thorin says no.
Great defensive play there again by Thorin. Just an absolute brick wall in the back, and even when he's awkward on his way back, he's getting bumps, he's cutting off rotations. Again, just like that, getting demos.
Yeah, Thorin looking like a unit out there. Serrano puts a shot onto net. Lloyd Boy will take care of it. And it's demos galore. Ball
Great
goes up
50
and
by
it's
Lloyd
slightly
Boy.
dangerous. 3 seconds remaining. Lloyd
pass.
Boy!
Oh, what
not
a
able to-
save! Thorngold could be a game-saving save. 3 seconds left, and the ball drops, and we have a KC Cauldron win here.
Lloyd Boy putting one more on Thorin.
Oh my
The
goodness!
Absolute brick wall for KC
Wow.
Cauldron.
What a way to end this series. Timber's Army had some great chances, but just incredible defense.
The sky was burning. The clouds red with twisted fire. Lightning moving across them. And they descended upon everything. Like a furious battle between God and Satan, good and evil. Like a fire vortex.
Folks, we are back. Thank you guys for waiting. We are now going to be entering our second match of the SGL Premier Cup very soon. This one is between the locals and ECE Eternal. Now, folks, unlike before, I am not alone. I am joined in the commentary booth by Luis of El Matador. Luis, how you doing?
What's up, man? Doing pretty good. Yeah, excited for today's these next two games. I didn't get to watch the first series, so I'm looking forward to seeing some extra game modes that we don't normally see.
Yeah, so just to give you an appetizer for what's to come. So KC Cauldron beat the Rebellion 4-1. When the Rebellion lost the first game, they picked Snow Day for game 2. And KC Cauldron were up for it. They looked like they were enjoying it. And when I interviewed Serrano, he said that, well, Snow Day is out of the rotation right now, so when it came up, they were very eager to get going, and they were fired up for it. Game 4, because the Cauldron won game 3 as well. Game 4, the Rebellion picked Hoops, and KC Cauldron were just not ready for it, and the Rebellion beat them in Hoops. And then we went to game 5, where the Cauldron won at the last second, basically. Thorgold getting a winner with 1 second to go on the clock. But one thing both teams really enjoyed was the variety of game modes that they had the ability to play in. And I think this is what makes this tournament a little bit different, because we have these extras game modes. But Luis, given the experience you have in all these game modes, what do you think the strategy should be for a team when they drop games 1 or 3?
I think in terms of strategy, for like picking potential game modes, I think it all comes down to whether or not like you're like super serious and like trying to like win 100% of this, every game, or if you're trying to have some fun. Because I think if you're super serious and you're trying super hard, then maybe a game mode like 1v1 would be a very good game mode if you have like a top player. But if you want to have some fun and not take yourself too seriously, which, spoiler, I think for EM that'll be the case, then yeah, I think you just pick whatever's fun, man. Do something different, You can still be competitive and everything, but, just have have some fun.
Yep, and I think that's what both teams are relishing right here. So they are absolutely having a good time right now. And we'll see if this continues. As we take a look at the cup bracket right now, Luis, we are starting to see how this is set up. And KC Cauldron are through. They'll be facing off against one of the locals or Eternal, so we'll find out right after this match. And the Rebellion are at the lower bracket, and they'll have to face off the loser of this upcoming match. So, still a lot to play for the Rebellion, even though they lost that first match. And as for your team, El Matador, you guys will face one of Emerald City RC or Timber's Army, who will be playing in about 30 minutes or so. So, what are your thoughts on how this bracket is potentially starting to shape up? And do you think you'll stick with your pick from the podcast?
Yeah, I think in terms of how it's shaping up, I think I predicted, or I would have predicted, the KC Cauldron to win that first series, and of course my pick to win this tournament is ECRC, so we'll see them tonight, and we'll see how they get on against Timber's Army. But yeah, I'm still rocking with ECRC here. I think that they've got all the building blocks for a cup run, so fingers crossed they can do right by me and win the tournament.
Absolutely. They do have the weapons. They have a lot of good players. And we will see them, play in about... Well, they'll be playing in about half an hour, but we'll be seeing them right after the Locals and Eternal matchup is done. Just going back into the Locals and Eternal match real quick. Let's take a quick preview at both teams right here. Both teams have been, hovering around the lower end of the table for the most part, but we're starting to see the Locals get into form at what I consider is a good time. So, how do you see this match shaping up, given the form of both sides recently?
Honestly, I think given just the different sort of series we're going to be seeing. I mean, I think in terms of a 3v3 series, I would be picking the locals here, but I don't know, man. I think this is a series in which it's kind of hard to tell who's going to win given the variety. I mean, the Eternals definitely have the potential to win this series. Am I going to predict them? Probably not, but this is a coin flip for me. It could really go either way, just depending on how the extra game modes affect the 3v3.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think those extra modes might play a big part, especially against these two sides that are. I mean, I was going to say on paper they're kind of close, but according to these stats, I mean, the locals are starting to separate themselves. They're starting to get way better in terms of their attacks, getting more shots in, uh, becoming more clinical. And that is in part due to Meki Ducky and Dr. Aquatic becoming way better offensively. And also, shout out KJ, who has been doing a great job as the third player in their team, doing a great job of coming in and cleaning up and also keeping up the pressure.
Yeah, I mean KJ's been great. I thought in their last series, even though it was a loss, I believe the ECRC, or at least one of their past series against ECRC, I think KJ played really well, and so I think KJ kind of rounding into form for this team, and of course Meki Ducky is Meki Ducky, and we expect him to be the carry, but yeah, I want to kind of shout out KJ. You know, he's kind of the third piece on this team that doesn't really get talked about too much, so yeah, looking forward to seeing how KJ and his team get on tonight. And of course Meki Ducky. Um, yeah, just really interested to see what kind of rotations or lineups they go with if they do go with like a hoops, for example. Like who's gonna accompany Meki Ducky in that hoops match. So yeah, just kind of looking forward to seeing how they get on.
Big time. And, with Meki Ducky being this good, do you think a 1v1 might be suitable for them against this EC Eternal side?
Maybe. I think Meki Ducky's probably one of the better 1v1 players we do have in the league. I think yeah, one of my teammates in a different league was mentioning that he was playing in a tournament with Meki Ducky, so I assume ones are like a thing that they'll do, but yeah, who knows? I'm kind of interested to see if they go that route, but on paper, I think that 1v1 would look really nice. I think they'll be the heavy favorites there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you know what? I think now's a good time to just jump into the EC Eternal stats. They've also been playing only 3 players, so both the locals and EC Eternal are most likely going to have the same lineup. The 3 that you saw for the locals and the 3 that you see here for EC Eternal. Now, Bismo, Christmas, and Spanky are good players on their own rights, but as a team, they've just kind of struggled to really get going together, although we've seen a bunch of good moments from them. Now, you watched their matchup against El Matador last week, and, we noticed how El Matador basically had a lot of control over that matchup. How do you see this going for this trio against the locals? Do you think they're going to have to cede control and hope to get a goal on the break?
Yeah, I don't know. I think in a 3v3 matchup, I think that these guys can put it together. I mean, I think Spanky and Bisbo and Christmas, I think all have pretty much equally been consistent. Not really one player shining too much over another player. I mean, Bisbo there almost has identical stats to Christmas below him. High demos, similar shots, same goals. So, yeah, I think each player on this team can really contribute. So we'll see.
There you go. Just highlighting a few people who are streaming into the chat now. Skyline, good to see you. A late hello to you, but hey, glad to have you around. Serrano coming back in, this time into the chat, hanging out with us. Congrats on the win again, by the way. And Boron, calling out Christmas, showing his support for his boy, I guess. Yeah, Christmas might be a guy to keep an eye out on, eh, Luis? I mean, if he gets going, then with Bisbo, looking like their more consistent foundation, and Spanky being there playing his passes, I mean, this EC Eternal side can cause some trouble to the locals, no?
Yeah, I think they'll cause some trouble here. I think it's not going to be as straightforward as just the locals winning here. I mean, I think locals are favored on paper, like we mentioned earlier, but I think these EC Eternal boys can definitely bring an upset, if you even want to call it an upset. I mean, I think it's 60-40, 55-45 sort of series. So, yeah, look to Christmas to kind of create some of those mechanical plays for his team if they want to win this series. I think he's going to have to do that.
Well, as we wait for both teams to join, Luis, I'm going to set up a prediction in the chat, but given how much we've talked extensively about both sides, what's your prediction for this matchup? How do you see this going?
Yeah, I think I'll go with the locals. I think they're gonna win this series. Probably, I don't even know in terms of games. I mean, I'm gonna go with probably 6. I think locals in 6 maybe. Could go 7 to be honest. It's just not a confident. It's just not a confident call on my part. I think it's just gonna be a series that whoever can win those games that are the non-3v3 modes, I think will have an obvious boost in terms of the percentages for winning the series. So yeah, I'll go in 6 for the locals.
Yeah, that's a fair prediction. I kind of see it that way as well. I think EC Eternal might spring a surprise in maybe a 3v3 or a 2v2. But when it comes to the rest of the game modes, I think the locals might have it, and they're getting into form as well. So, I don't want to discount them too much. I think they're going to be pretty good here. So both sides are in. Sorry, Luis. Both sides are coming in. I'll let you say what you want to say. Sorry to interrupt you there.
No, you're just gonna say I think both sides are in. So listen, you beat me to it, man. So
there you go. Yeah, we're just about ready to go, folks. Both teams are going to be joining in very soon. As a reminder, this is going to be crew battle style, like Gamers 8 in the past couple of years for Rocket League. Game 1's going to be a 3v3, followed by Loser's Choice. And the game mode is any of the popular standard and extra game modes. No funny game modes like the Gridiron game mode or Heat Seeker and stuff like that, So that's what we're going to have. Game 3, we're going to go back to 3v3, then followed by another Loser's Choice, and then we'll keep going that way until we get a winner or go to 7 games, where we will have our eventual winner in a 3v3 with both the locals and EC Eternal in. Here we go, Luis and chat. Game 1 kicking off in Manfield.
Yeah, so you mentioned the 3v3 start, so the fun is just right around the corner, folks. As we do get into this game number 1, funny to see on the first kickoff, Maz, the double bot kickoff. It's coming back into fashion, actually, at all levels. So good to see that. There's also another kickoff that I'm hoping to see tonight as well, where all 3 players are lined up in front of the goal, and the back guy actually goes for it, and the other 2 guys split off for the boost. But that's just a bit of a ramble on kickoffs. Like to see variations from the standard stuff that we've been doing for years.
You know what? I think that's the next phase of the game's evolution as well. More varied kickoffs. I think those are the best moments for teams to draw out their particular plays, because this game is so dynamic. You really struggle to have a set play going. So that's the closest thing to a set play for both sides. And right now, it is the locals who have control. Shot off target, off of the crossbar. Aquatic. Doughboy cannot get it back on target. KJ keeps trying, though, to no avail. Luis, the locals should have had a lead there, no?
Yeah, crossbar from Dr. Aquatic. He's such a good shooter as he puts another one on net. He's got a really heavy shot on him. I mean, that skyline for him does a lot of power, and so good start for the locals, but this could be a chance here down the other end. If Christmas can get a good center ball, he can. Good defense by Mecky Ducky.
A good spell here from Eternal. Cross the goal. No one was there to follow up, but Christmas now has a second chance potentially. Doughboy putting it off with the backboard, and Mecky Ducky finally clears it out. The mechanical duck having to get involved yet again, though. Plays it out to the side flank. It's a good spell there from Eternal. They just seem a bit too conservative at the moment. I feel like if they take their chances, they could really pin this locals team back.
Yeah, but I do like that sort of pressure out of EC Eternal. I think it's something that they're growing this as the season goes on, and just having these sustained offensive pressures. And Spanky free ball here. Can he go for an air dribble? He goes for a pinch off the ceiling. Aquatic there, but yeah, a good response from EC Eternal after being under the cosh for most of that first minute.
Now, Luis, I'm curious about one thing. Do you think a team might want to give up game 1 so they can start taking the advantage from game 2 onwards with a choice of their game mode?
Ooh, I was gonna announce a goal there. I thought that could have been a chance for Dr. Aquatic. Hey, listen, again, I think it comes down to what we talked about before the game. If you're here in the cup to have some fun, then yeah, you know, throw in game 1. You know, of course, we don't advise throwing of any sorts, but you know, that's definitely an option.
Oh,
As you
no.
see an own goal from Christmas, no.
Oh,
What
no.
if it was a shot on the other net, you'd say it's a brilliant read, but just kind of unlucky. And yeah, Christmas does his best Playboy Farty impression, and it's 1-0.
I mean, I don't know about a Playboy party impression because he was kind of styling there compared to Playboy, but that is not what you want to see if, you know, you're here to root for your boys at EC Eternal, or if you're a fan of the Seattle Sounders, rooting for a fan representing that team. With that said, I think Christmas just accelerated at the wrong time. You know, and he just overshot the ball, and that was it. That was spelled trouble for EC Eternal, but now they're responding pretty well, so that demo does temper their momentum a bit.
Yeah, and I will say that own goal did happen as we were talking about throwing a game to have your pick in game mode. So maybe Christmas was in the stream as you see.
Ooh.
Oh, what a save, Bisbo! Big boy save on what Mecky Ducky surely thought was the second goal of the game.
And it's Bisbo yet again, isn't it? Like when, you know, EC Eternal need that one player to step up and bail him out of trouble. It's typically Bisbo who stepped up to really push his team over the edge. And we've talked quite a bit about Christmas and how he can step up so far. I don't know, it's been a little bit dark, but the moment has come for him. He has gotten the equalizer, Luis. This is how EC Eternal tend to play too. Often, you know, you don't expect a goal, and then Christmas just pops out of nowhere and gets a goal.
Yeah, I don't really know what Mecky Ducky thought was going to happen there. I think he saw Spanky kind of backwards and just didn't really expect a shot on goal. And, well, it's 1-1. And, you know, this is, again, it's been a super even game. And I think this is kind of what we're going to see as the series goes on, Maz. But EC Eternal, I think, kind of deserved equalizer. And, I mean, it's anyone's game here. So you see a lovely double from Christmas. Christmas is online, and this could be a chance. Open net. Can Doughboy get there? He can. Bisbo puts the second goal of the game in for the Eternal, and they've turned it around here, Mass.
The stock value is rising up at the perfect time. EC Eternal, with no real good chances, have come up and got 2 quick-fire goals at the perfect time. The locals are now on the back foot. All of that good spell, all those good moments, they haven't really been able to get too many goals. They need to make it count right now with less than 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, EC Eternal look really good mechanically. I mean, this is some of the best mechanics I've seen out of all 3 players, and this could be an equalizer, but it's not. But yeah, everybody feels confident on the field right now for the Seattle boys, and for the San Diego contingent, they're just not in their own half, and Christmas finishes it off 3-1. Where was the defense?
Ooh, Aquatic had to get the mid-boost, but that is a severe error. Quite often, when you're going back and you're the last man, you're better off just getting the small pads. Dr. Aquatic, though, took his chances, and it didn't work out. Mind you, he did come back to get a touch, but surely that is game 1 for Eternal, isn't it?
Yeah, this is probably going to be game number 1, and wow, what a start of the series for EC Eternal, and will we see the 1v1? I mean, this has the potential here. This has the potential for the 1v1 to come out. The locals need to get back in this game, and let's see if they go with it.
Well, you know what? We're not going to spoil it. We'll see if they do decide to go with a 1v1 right here. Will be very interesting, though, because after that own goal from Christmas, I was totally expecting the locals to, like, get their momentum going and get that second goal, but it's EC Eternal who freaking got it going. I mean, they just turned it around right there. Maybe that's what they needed, right? Just to kick up the backside to get them going.
Yeah, and I think I think all three players from EC Eternal are legitimately locked in mechanically. I mean, we haven't really seen all three of them in a series yet, I think, this season be all totally locked in, but so far in game number 1, these guys are locked in and I think deserve that game 1 win. So let's see how they respond here with the new choice. And yeah, we'll see how it goes here. In chat, we are waiting on a new server. I think there's a little bit of lagging going on from some of the EC Eternal boys, so we're gonna get underway here shortly.
Yeah, just give us a moment. We will be right back very shortly. And we will be back in our alternate game mode, or 3v3, depending on what the locals have picked. We shall see very shortly.
Yeah, and again, we do appreciate everybody being here tonight. 11:15 on the East Coast, 8:15 on the West. Obviously, a lot of these players here, if not all, are on the West Coast. So still a bit of an early gaming session for SGL tonight. We did mention Christmas going into it. I thought his mechanics were great. He had some really good double touches in that first game, and when you're hitting those sorts of double touches, it just kind of shows that you're just on mechanically. So yeah, shout out Christmas there. I thought he was tremendous. Good to see Kelsey in chat. Skyline 4v4 chaos an option. I don't think we could do that because I think some teams. I don't think we have any teams that are just 3 players, but that would require more people being available, and so yeah, just kind of tougher to do that.
Yeah, I wish. Personally, I love Chaos, but I'm probably the only one in SGL who loves Chaos. So there you go, folks. Sucks, but there you go.
And I think we're just about getting ready to be underway here. We do have a couple of the players here, or we have one player. We're waiting on one more player to join the lobby. The sun is still kind of out, and there's SGL action. So, yeah, again, early night on the West Coast for these games, and of course we appreciate that on the East Coast. So, anytime we can schedule these games earlier, we appreciate that. So,
yeah, apologize for the wait, folks. It's just making sure everything's sorted out, everyone's good to go, and I think we are ready. Oh, as a reminder, chat, both teams do have a timeout as well, should they want to use it. They will let us know when they do. Here we go, folks. 1v1 action. Becky Ducky, Mechanical Duck versus Christmas. This is going to be an incredible matchup. I'm looking forward to this.
yeah, and you figure the locals would go to the 1v1, given they do have the best player in the series in Mecky Ducky. But make no mistake, I think Christmas is going to give him a game here. But yeah, just from what I've been told, and again, we mentioned it before the stream started, but you know, I have a teammate in a different league, and they play once in a similar ones league or tournament. So yeah, I'm looking forward to see how Christmas comes out here. I don't be curious to ask him as if he does play ones after the series, and yeah, just kind of get his perspective on this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And so far, it's been a bit of a conservative start for both sets of players. Becky Ducky, though, getting a huge demo. Surely this is 1-0 for Christmas.
Oh my God.
I don't know why Becky Ducky didn't just try and put it into the back of the net quickly enough. But Christmas had to make the most of his opportunity. Got a big save. Okay, second chance, though, for Becky Ducky to put it into the back of the net. Makes up for whatever that was earlier on. 1-0 to the locals.
Yeah, Mecky Ducky, I mean, I just don't really know how he missed that, but credit to Christmas on the spawn. Didn't give up on the play. He could have easily given up on the play, and um, in the end, Mecky Ducky does make the most of it. And oh, a big kickoff win here. Might just be straight in. It is Mecky Ducky 2-0, and of course, in 1v1 Maz, kickoffs are almost everything, and so far, Mecky Ducky winning that battle.
And that is why everyone needs to work on their kickoffs, especially in 1v1s. If you screw up your kickoff, it's game over, folks.
Yeah, and recently I really favor the wave dash kickoff as we see a nice flick there. Just the single jump into the ball and then a recovery wave dash is kind of the play for me. But Mecky Ducky putting on a clinic, and we mentioned this, Maz. I mean, this is the ones player. This is the player who has experience playing ones in tournaments against very high level players. So lovely response from the locals, of course, being represented here by Mecky Ducky.
Yeah, if anything, this is probably the game mode to get going in this matchup for them. So whilst they did lose that 3v3, Mecky Ducky is absolutely dominating. Christmas having a good defensive start in the first minute, but now has absolutely no response. He is being second bested in this matchup. And in this situation, Luis, I mean, we've seen comebacks happen in 1v1s, as even at the highest of high levels. What do you think Christmas has to do to get back into this?
Yeah, it's just gonna have to come down to kickoffs here, and one of the big things. Oh, what a play by Mecky Ducky! One of the big things in ones is just knowing. It's gonna sound weird to say this, but there are certain patterns of play and rotations, even in ones. And so far, Mecky Ducky just putting on a clinic here, and I'm gonna already go out on a limb, Maz, and say that I don't think Christmas plays a lot of ones. I think this is a truly David and Goliath matchup here, but still 3 minutes left, and in a 1v1 game, that's just plenty of time to come back. So.
Yeah, and especially against a seasoned veteran in Mecky Ducky who just keeps scoring goal after goal after goal. At this point, he's basically stat padding and really trying to go into the top of the leaderboard both in points per game and goals per game.
Yeah, 1v1 is definitely a way to stat pad if there is any. Oh, Christmas gets a goal. Mecky Ducky just kind of misses the kickoff here. But yeah, 1v1 is a good stat padding game mode for sure.
We tried to go for a slow kickoff, but then dodged out at the last second, and the ball just grazed the underside of his car. Unlucky. But for Christmas, that's what he needed. He needed a kickoff goal. So we'll see if he can get a second. And once you get that second, once you get another kickoff goal, you can really start to build some momentum in 1v1s, right?
Yeah, I mean, again, I think Christmas's whole thing here is if he can just have a little bit better kickoffs, and I think we're going to have a Brazil here, and yeah, I think it's just all about kickoffs here. I think Mecky Ducky's trying to waste time here, which in a way I do appreciate. It's 7-1, and oh man, I mean, this game's probably already done and dusted, and yeah, again, this is the sort of game mode that you're going to be picking if you're really trying to win here, and the locals wasting no energy and no time here, and just getting right back into the series. So, and of course, Maz, correct me if I'm wrong, but 1v1 is no longer allowed the rest of the series, I believe.
That is correct, Luis. This is the only time we will be seeing a 1v1 now that it's been picked. No one else can pick this. So in Game 4, should the locals happen to lose Game 3, they won't be able to pick 1v1 again. They have to pick a different game mode.
Yeah, and another thing to kind of keep in mind, and again, I'm really curious to talk to these guys after this series. For Christmas, does this bring his confidence down, right? In that 3v3 game mode, he was fantastic. So I'm looking forward to seeing in Game 3 if it hinders Christmas's play. Confidence is a big thing in this game, so gonna be really curious to see how he plays here in the next match.
I mean, in all honesty, with how this is going, this is just a slogfest right now, and for Christmas, I hope he's not too downed by this, because he is a very good player, but Mecky Ducky's just on another level. This is his element. This is his game mode for sure. And you know what? In a best of 7, it's best to get a game back real quick, as we do see
I
an
feel
end
that.
to this game. Christmas saying, that's it, I am done. And we're gonna hop off, folks. That is it. GG's. Becky Ducky gets the win.
Yeah, and of course, you know, in 1v1, we can go ahead and back out of the server, Mecky Dougie, if you are listening, so we can get the game over with. But yeah, I think in 1v1 too, one of the things that I don't know if we've put it in the official rules, but in 1v1, you know, not only in RLCS, but just customary in the scene is that, you know, FFs are allowed when games are getting out of hand. You know, 1v1 can be a game mode where games can get out of hand pretty quickly. So yeah, locals right back in the series, and you know, this was all but predicted. I mean, both of us said that this was the game mode for the locals if they wanted to get back in the series, and yeah, shout out Mackie Ducky, man. I mean, I for one, I think some show match 1v1s would be good with some of the top players in the league, and I think just for a personal perspective, I wouldn't mind playing Mackie Ducky in a 1v1. I think that would be fun. So.
Yeah, it just sucks to see Christmas having to deal with that. And you know what? When it gets to that point, I mean, you see it at the professional level too. When the game goes out of hand, it's over. You know, so
Yeah.
it's good to just say, all right, let's give a forfeit victory. And with the beauty of how stat collection works, all those stats will be retained, so we'll be good. They'll be there, and they will count. So none of that is going to go to waste, basically.
Yeah, and of course it's gonna be interesting to see at the end of the cup tournament to see how much like if 1v1 does get picked a lot, to see how that just kind of affects the overall stats. Again, this sort of tournament's gonna lend to all new sorts of potential, you know, because obviously when you play extra game modes, unless I'm trying to think, well, I guess really not. I mean, I guess goals do happen and assists do happen and all the regular stats do happen. And all the other game modes. Actually, except drop shot. Drop shot's going to be interesting, 'cause I don't know how the stats are going to work there, because I don't think...
Oh, right, because we have a different metric, don't we? Oh, shoot, yeah, good point. Well, we'll
And of
see how
course,
that
if
goes. That's a future problem. Not for us
Yeah,
to
I was
worry
gonna
about
say,
right
I was gonna say, and of course, if you've played drop shot, you do know that you get a shit ton of points in that game mode. So if you want to win the points per game, maybe drop shot's the pick for teams. But here we go, Maz. Game number 3. We're back to 3v3. So I'm gonna keep an eye out on Christmas here, man. See if the confidence is still there, because I thought he played an excellent game 1.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he looked really, really good. And that is going to be a confidence boost both for him and his team. I mean, you saw it in game 1. Both Aquatic and KJ were not at their best. They had good moments, but especially on the offense, they just looked a little bit rocky. And Becky Ducky had a chance, and now a soft shot. No Snow was there to make the save. Dr. Aquatic gets the lead for the locals, and that game 2 momentum is still continuing on.
Yeah, Dr. Aquatic with a bit of a low change-up shot. Bizbo on the goal line, no boost, and a good start for the locals here. It must be said that they did score the first goal in game number 1 as well, so by no means should EC Eternal feel out of it. And of course, we have so much Rocket League to be played, but again, good start for the locals. Let's see if they can kind of capitalize on this and extend the lead there.
Big time. I will say, though, that they look so much better offensively here in this early bit of possession. And we'll see if they can keep this going as they continue to get demoed by EC Eternal, though no one's there in the midfield to capitalize on that. And so far, I think in threes, this has been one of the bigger issues with EC Eternal. They just don't have that much midfield presence, which is fine if you want to make it an end-to-end affair if your opponent's playing like that. But if your opponent starts to push up and take control of the ball in the midfield, then good luck. As Dr. Aquatic tries to go for a solo play, not able to get any challenge right there. Bizbo centering it off of the backboard, but the ball rolls off of the corner. And a whip from Spanky means his teammates need to help out and make sure that he can get back and get some boost.
Yeah, the game's kind of back and forth now. Both teams not really possessing, but I think this does favor the locals. I think they look a lot more comfortable just on the field in general, as we see a bump from Dr. Aquatic. But yeah, the locals playing way better here than they did in game number 1, and as Becky Ducky almost puts the second goal of the game in for his team. But yeah, Maz, I mean, Do you agree here? I mean, locals just look a lot better than they did in game 1.
Absolutely, but all it takes is one good spell for EC Turtle for them to get back into this, and that is it. Bisbo shot on goal, off target. 2 players from the locals coming in. Dr. Aquatic finally is able to break this out. And speaking of Aquatic, he's doing much better at carrying the ball out the back and getting that 50 in the midfield area. And maybe that's what they need right now to get some more control of this matchup. Because they do tend to cede that midfield quite quickly, especially when they run out of boost.
Yeah, and we see Christmas try to go for a pinch center ball there. Didn't really come off, and that's one thing that if you're EC Eternal, let's try to get Christmas on the ball here. You know, some boost and ball for Christmas is going to be very good for them, but what's not going to be good is Mecky Ducky doing plays like this, and low boost for Bisbo. This could be a chance, but ooh, Dr. Aquatic barely misses.
Nice touch there by AJ, beating a player right there. 50 coming in from Ducky. Now Aquatic off of an Eternal player, not able to get it on target. Right now it's been a lot of like chances, but like mostly half chances. They haven't been really clean cut and straightforward. And I think this is suiting the locals right now because they're able to waste a lot of time on the clock.
Yeah, and lovely bit of touch from Christmas there. Love that. Almost a wave dash off the wall there, but could have been a 1v1 chance actually for Mecky Ducky, but EC Eternal is there. And here we go, 90 seconds. I mean, if you're EC Eternal, you'd love to get a goal now, not save it for later, but this is open, and oh, I just don't think he could get around it, Maz. That could have really been a chance.
Yeah, he didn't have enough boost to really get around the ball and flick it towards the near post. Unfortunate for him, but it's in those moments where the locals might be ruining their missed opportunities because EC Eternal are still in it. It's still just a 1-goal game. And I know we have Leon in chat trash talking Ducky, you know, but keep in mind, Ducky just played a 1v1 and he bossed EC Eternal in that 1v1 game. So, game 3. Oh my goodness, shot into the middle. Doughboy had to bail him out, and now it's this from Bisbo, but the chances are starting to come in for Eternal. They're not able to capitalize on it, but for the locals, they are breathing heavy. They are worrying.
Uh-oh.
So far, they're getting away with it.
Yeah, if there's just a little bit more clinical here, EC Eternal could easily tie this game up, but the locals do survive, and KJ kind of an open net there, but a little bit off target, and it's got to be now or never for EC Eternal after that really good spell of possession they had.
Yeah, they've done a very good job so far, haven't they? The only problem for them is they just haven't gotten their shots on target. So, I mean, it's as simple as that. As we count down to the final 10 seconds, folks. Off the backboard, Aquatic overshooting the ball. Doughboy, the lone man at the back. Bisbo, up in the air, off the backboard, Spanky, into the goal.
Wow.
Equalizer at this last moment.
This is Rocket League in the chat from Bisbo, and I mean, that was Rocket League there. What a read from Spanky. I'll be honest, I thought he should have just left it, but Spanky, what a read, and we're going to OT, baby.
And that is why you need to capitalize on your chances, because then the opposition have that one chance and they can come back. And now the momentum surely is on EC Eternal's side. They really need to make this count. They need to get back into it, get that 2-1 lead, and hope to seal the deal in game 4. So far, it is the locals right now. Demo up high in the air from Aquatic. KJ just hanging back, getting beat by Bisbo. Solo carry. Ducky, though, gets it out of the way. And Raisin Boy called for the line. Luis, you said he didn't even need him to say that. Raisin Boy, by the way, welcome on into the chat.
Oh, it's open.
Oh my goodness, not this again. Another open net, another like awkward moment for the locals, and another miss. This is painful for the locals.
Yeah, it is, and they've been easily the better team here in OT, but the Eternal have done really good to just survive, and so far they aren't really producing much on offense here in OT, and this actually might be a chance here. Good beat from Bisbo. A little bit of a wave dash to get back to the ball. Christmas, ooh, bit of a bad touch. This really could be a chance. Spanky, low boost.
Wait.
Oh, if KJ just keeps going, he scores, but he pulls off. I don't really know what was happening there, Maz.
I think both teams are just scared to concede that second goal. We're seeing you know, both teams have good moments. I mean, a lot of good bets right now from all the EC Eternal players. Spanky's really starting to turn it up as well. But then they just cede so much space that the locals are able to come up and, well, keep the pressure up like this, basically. And then when they create their chances, they have no one really there to make the most of it. This was a tougher moment, but, oh my goodness, in those previous 2 chances, they should have had someone there to finish.
Uh-oh.
Now that this is their moment! Aquatic beats Spanky! Aquatic gets the winner! And with all their missed chances, Aquatic finally makes up for it all. It gets the game winner, Luis. This game 3 feels pivotal.
Man, I feel for Christmas, you know, just a pretty standard ball there, and he just misses, and Dr. Aquatic in the right place at the right time, and the locals up 2-1 in the series, and you see Spanky on your screen dropping a 600 bomb, 5 saves there, doing it all for his team, of course, with the lone goal as well, but good response from the locals, way better than they played in game number 1, and here we go, Maz. I'm really interested to see what we got next. Of course, now EC Eternal get to pick what game mode they want to play, and of course we won't spoil the game mode, but I'm excited. I'll put it that way, Maz, for game number 4.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is huge with, you know, the locals getting that last second winner after all of the good moments that they've had. Surely they can feel that the monkey has finally got off their back, you know, that they're able to see off the opposition and get a winner when the going gets tough. But maybe this next game mode might be a reset for them. Maybe they need to reset their mentality and just readjust, you know, so we'll see how this goes for them.
Oh, baby.
Oh, this is good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's lovely. It's gonna be good to watch this one. This one's gonna be good.
Hell yeah.
Hopefully, are both teams in? I think they're in.
Almost.
Are they?
Just waiting.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Here we go.
And here we go, folks. The NBA playoffs are happening right now. We're also playing a little bit of hoops on our stream as well. So here we go, game number 4. In both lineup, no Christmas here for EC Eternal, Maz. Yeah, I'm kind of just surprised, no?
Yeah, I'm very, very surprised. I thought he was very comfortable with, you know, 2v2 game mode, so I was not expecting this at all. I mean, Spanky's a 2v2 main as well, so this might suit him better. And Bisbo, of course, I mean, he's also in 2v2, so really, I would have expected Christmas, because he was looking good mechanically, but I think Spanky's feeling it right now, you know, the hot hand off the controller, so he might want to take advantage of this. Bit of an awkward moment there for Ducky. Aquatic, though, doing a good job of rotating back, and that's what you need. You need someone to have that presence of mind to make sure that they go back and set themselves up defensively, especially when they get one good touch off.
Yeah, and so far, I'm just so curious to ask these teams, are they playing hoops? Is Spanky and Bisbo playing hoops? I mean, you have to assume if you're picking it here, you know, Maz, these guys might have been queuing a bit of hoops, and ooh, as you see a Mecky Ducky off the rim there, and this could be a chance if the ball bounces correctly. Ooh, a bit of an awkward bounce though. Mecky Ducky has no boost. Can Bisbo go up the wall with this? He misses on the wave dash, and a bit of good offensive pressure here from the orange side.
Yeah, after a lot of good offensive play from the locals, it's now EC Eternal's turn. Bisbo trying to put it into the middle. He has to go solo right now. It's his teammates all the way back, waiting for a touch. Nice first touch from Spanky. He can follow this up with a 50. Ball's loose in the middle. Bisbo trying to get a shot off. Too much power, though. Goes past the rim. You need a softer touch if you want to put the ball into the bucket.
Yeah, softer touch. Air dribbles are so important here, and backboard defense, as we see Bisbo, great backboard defense, and so far, good pressure. It hits off the rim there, and it seems like Mecky Ducky and Dr. Aquatic are starting to get a hang of things. This could be a chance. Ooh, a little bit off target, but back and forth we go, Maz.
Yeah, one thing I'm noticing is both teams are very, very defensive in their approach. Their second guy is mostly sitting back and waiting for a big move before they could get bumped. Good flick though from Ducky.
Oh, what a save!
By, I believe that was Spanky, right? I couldn't really tell because Bisbo and Spanky have similar cars. But Spanky takes the moment! He makes it count! And he gets the first goal for EC Turtle.
I don't know who made that save for EC Eternal, but that flick, I thought it was just going to be an automatic goal. It feels like at this level of playing hoops, and of course, if you've played hoops, any shot on target so hard to defend, but great defense leads to offense there for EC Eternal, and can they capitalize? Again, Bisbo, the defending, hoops, and Maz, you probably know this, if anybody's played hoops, defending is the hardest part on this,
Oh my
in my
God,
opinion, and so far,
especially-
Bisbo's putting on a master class, and Bisbo, boom, counterattack, 2-0. EC Eternal, they look comfortable, Maz.
And that is exactly how you respond from a loss. You pick a game mode where you're comfortable, where you can showcase your strengths, and now we're seeing Spanky and Bisbo really turn it up. I mean, Seattle have had the Seattle Supersonics, so, you know, they have been a basketball city for a long time. Unfortunate how they lost that team.
Yeah.
Now they're starting to show some of that supersonic magic right now. We'll see if they can get a third to really kill this off, but Smecky Ducky yet again. Great backboard defense.
Oh my,
off the
again.
rim.
Yeah.
Woo.
I think they've played a little bit of hoops, man. I mean, look, they're going to the backboard. They understand the defensive rotations on this game mode. And Dr. Aquatic sneaks it in. Good shot from Dr. Aquatic. I think Spanky here was just a little bit too elevated on the goal line, and he puts it behind him, and great finish from Mr. Aquatic.
Yeah, exactly what they needed too. Spanky kind of overshooting it. You need to be careful, as Luis mentioned earlier. Defending in hoops is very difficult, guys. You cannot overcommit. You cannot guess. You have to be conservative with your approach. Wait to see what the opponent does. If you get beaten, so be it. And Spanky Ducky beats his opponent and gets the equalizer.
Yeah, and what a response here from the blue side. Spanky just can't get to that Dominus flick. I mean, if Becky Ducky's playing in a Fennec or an Octane, that flick's not doing that. But what a response from the locals here. It looked like they were just kind of dead and buried, but they're well and truly alive here.
You know what's funny, Luis? Both teams are looking like they're trying to settle into this game mode, and once they got going, we're really starting to see what they're all about. A lot of good defending and good shots from EC Turtle, and now we're seeing some solid defense and shots from the locals. We'll see if that equalizer kind of puts both sides back and makes them a bit more conservative, but so far they're not holding themselves back. They're trying to go for that third goal.
Yeah, and EC Eternal stuck on defense here, low boost. Can they get out and have an offense up for their own? And this is going to be a really good chance, but Spanky, great defensive recovery, and can they spring the counter? They can't, Maz. They have no boost.
And boost is essential in hoops because the ball is going to be up in the air a whole lot. You don't want to keep yourself grounded for too long, especially when you're trying to go up the backboard or up from the basket. Becky Ducky playing a soft shot, letting it go, going for a big 50. Ball goes to the other side. Aquatic now needs to get set. So far, this game is on a knife edge, Luis. You don't know which way it's going to go. We might see OT come up very soon, given how this has gone. With the clock ticking down to the final 10 seconds, Luis, it could go either which way at this moment.
Yeah, it's tough to call here, and here we go, 10 seconds. Is there another This Is Rocket League moment for either side?
There it is.
Duck is up, but he gets stuffed, and here we go, OT. Winner takes game number 4.
I'm so happy to see extra game modes get showcased, especially a game mode like Hoops. One of my favorite game modes, especially when it first came out. You know, we don't get to see this showcase too often at like bigger events, so I'm glad we're starting to do it as well.
Uh-oh.
Big moment for Spanky. Oh, he doesn't get a tight enough touch. Bismo coming in for a 50. Good job by Ducky to see this off. Aquatic tries to pinch it off the bottom of the basket. He cannot get much out of that. And Spanky with a nice carry to the opposite flank. See if he can set himself up right here. Oh, good job right there. That's it. Open net. Open basket, rather.
Close.
Bismo cannot get it over the rim, though. And I'm loving the adventure from both sides. They're really going for it here.
Yeah, they are, and man, I'd love to see somebody go up the wall here. You have such a good angle off of an air dribble off the wall to score, and would like to see somebody do that here to break the deadlock. And here we go, Bisbo. Can he pinch it mid? No, Dr. Aquatic says no. Really good contests coming out from both sides on defense. It's going to come down to just kind of composure here in these corners, and Oh,
I
a double
thought
commit
Aquatic
there,
would go
Maz.
for
This could
that.
be a chance. This could be in. Bizbo again, great defense. Can Spanky take control? His teammate is on the rim.
Yeah, that rip can be absolute hell. Sometimes your car can get stuck on them. I know, I've had that happen to me. He gets away with it, Bispo. Now let's see what Ducky can do. Off of the
Oh.
ceiling, he cannot get a good touch, not a good enough touch rather, because that was some good defending there. Once again from EC Eternal, this team looks way better
Oh,
prepared
what a
for
goal.
hoops. None of that matters though. Ducky off of the corner for the winner.
Yeah, Mecky Ducky just slots it right under Spanky, and 3 straight goals wins this game for the locals. What a response after going down in what I thought, Maz, was a game that they had no chance in winning.
Seriously, I mean, EC Eternal looks so good. I thought they would have had this in the back potentially, but the locals grew into it. They weren't looking as fancy, they weren't looking as comfortable, but they made their chances count. And that placement, by the way, from Mecky Ducky was absolutely insane. Not gonna lie, that needs to be recognized. That was an awesome shot by him.
Yeah, Mecky Ducky, 2 straight games winning it essentially for his side. And then I do want to highlight everybody in chat. Chat's popping. Caesar, good to see you. Leon as well, obviously. Always here when Mecky Ducky's playing. Always love seeing him tease his friend in chat. I want to highlight a message. FCD Palace put in chat. I'm going to scroll up here because it was funny and I was laughing. Biz Boom! Which is, I think, hilarious. So shout out Palace for being funny for once. But yeah, Maz, what a game number 4. And, you know, I said locals in 6. So I'm really hoping here, just for my prediction's sake, Maz, that the Eternals can walk away with this game number 5.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of Rocket League to go, folks. We are gonna go back into a 3v3 now. Both teams are in. Just waiting on them to join very soon. We'll be good to go for game 5. Is Biz Boom gonna take off as like the next big nickname for a player?
Listen, David usually misses on his comedy, but I thought that was a very good reference for Bizbo's performance. But here we go, Maz. Game number 5, and off the crossbar already from Mr. Bizbo himself, and that really could have been 1-0.
Yes, seriously, that would have been the perfect start for the EC Eternal boys. Putting up some pressure right now. KJ, nice launch, gets it out. Aquatic, though, looking a little bit slower with 0 boost. This is the chance for Christmas to get the shot in on target. Unfortunate miss right there from him. But this is much better from Eternal. They're looking confident. I would have thought that loss would have put him on the back foot, but they're up for it.
Yeah, and they've lost 2 straight of these extra game modes, Maz, and it's going to be really interesting to see if we see any teams that lose these extra game modes but manage to win series. I believe it's mathematically possible, correct? You have to win all your 3v3 game modes. And
You have to, yes.
So far, obviously, they have lost game number 1, but... or, excuse me, they did win game number 1, but they did lose game number 3. As you see, KJ puts the first goal of game number 5 in, but... Yeah, just to finish my thought, Maz, I think it's going to be interesting to see whether or not winning those extra game modes really leads to you winning series. Because obviously, to get to an extra game mode of your choice, Maz, you do have to lose. So that'll be a fun one to come back and revisit at the end of the tournament.
Oh, for sure, for sure. And right now, it is the locals who are in the lead. Good adventurous play there by KJ. We haven't seen that too often from him, so it's good to see him step up and just, you know, take a chance. Sometimes you just feel like if a team just takes a chance, they can get the advantage right now. Big demo right there, too. As the pressure starts to ramp up, both teams are upping their intensity and upping the pace right now. EC Eternal showing off their mechs a bit more. Can they create a chance off of this moment, though? Can they get a good look at the back of the net? So far, they're keeping the ball in the locals' end, but the locals are able to get this out. Not for long, though. Christmas is there for a challenge. So far,
Lovely double.
the locals have done a good job defensively.
Yeah, they've done a really good job defensively, but I'm liking just the offensive rotations here for the Eternals. And yeah, Bizbo in particular looking really solid. And again, we've spoken already in the series. It's just about being clinical. You know, they've had so many shots, but just can't find the back of the net. Maz is, oh, that could have been a chance. Bispo, can he get back? He does, but that was a chance for the locals.
Ooh, and there you go. First nice pass out. Spanky beating. Christmas with some boost. Try and go for a shot at the near post. That's a difficult angle. Aquatic especially at the near post. Bispo! Oh, no! Off of the backboard. Oh, that was such a good setup by them as well. And you think that would have been their chance to get the equalizer. Slow play right there. Nice job by Bispo towards Christmas. Ball goes into the opposite corner now. And so far, the locals are on the back foot, but you can't say they're too troubled, are they?
Yeah, as we see Meki Ducky, a brilliant double tap. Meki Ducky on 0 boost as he ends that double tap, Maz. I mean, this is the duck in action, and what an angle.
The duck is back, folks. We were waiting for a moment like this in a threes game, and he finally executes at the biggest game in this match, sorry. I mean, this is match point for the locals. If they can see this off, they will be in the upper semifinals facing off against the KC Cauldron.
Yeah, and just, again, this is what Meki Ducky does. I mean, we've seen it time and time again. If you give him a little bit of space, he takes it. Oh, and they're just bullying them, Maz, and Dr. Aquatic somehow gets this goal after destroying the entire team. KJ with one, Dr. Aquatic with another, and it just pops right over the last defender. And the locals, they were being dominated from minute 4 to 2 there, Maz, but they found a way, and they're up 3-0.
And this is it for the locals. 3-0 up, looking really comfortable, Luis. This is exactly what they needed. I think that Hoopscape has given them that confidence to really get going. As they up the pace yet again, KJ going for a shot. Sometimes I wonder, looking at this locals team, thinking, surely they can produce this more often, right? I mean, when they're at their best, they are unstoppable.
Yeah, and that was an open net, I believe. I think it was Spanky, if memory serves. That was a chance to get back in the game, but things are just not going EC Eternal's way. And oh, another one. Oh, it's everybody now. It's 4-0, and that's game, set, and match.
Yep, surely that is it. With less than a minute to go, I mean, EC Eternal have struggled in this game 5. The locals are very likely going to the upper semifinals unless EC Eternal get a kickoff goal right here. And they do try with a slow kickoff from Bispo. I like that.
Yeah, and I mean, it just must be said that EC Eternal had plenty of chances here to be up in this game, let alone, you know, drawing. I mean, just kind of the lacked composure midway point of this game has. If they had a little bit more clinical composure, I mean, they really easily could be winning this game.
Oh, absolutely. But you know what? Just like the Rebellion in Game 1, if you don't make your chances count, you're gonna get punished for them. As we count down the final 10 seconds, this is pretty much going according to how, you know, people would have expected this matchup to go on paper. The locals win 4-0 and win the matchup 4-1. We will see you in the upper semifinals, locals.
Yeah, and I think Meki Ducky has to be highlighted here. The best player on the field was indeed doing what the best player on the field should be doing. And so Meki Ducky, full credit, I think, for carrying his team here after dropping game number 1. And so the Duck, man, he was balling. And again, I feel for Eternal here, man. I thought they played relatively decent ball, but that 1v1, man, it's going to be interesting if we can talk to those guys sometime and just kind of ask them if it just kind of deflated the team a bit, you know? So, yeah.
Absolutely, but we won't get that time right now, Luis, because we're going to be jumping into our next match that's underway right now. Emerald City RC versus Timbers Army. Just a quick update for you all. That match is at 1-1 right now. ECRC won Game 1. And then in Game 2, it was a 1v1 matchup. Timbers Army winning that. And now we're back to 3v3. 1-1 the matchup score. We'll see which side can take advantage.
Hey, can one of y'all invite me to the party? Because this is the point where I'm supposed to join. So,
Oh yeah, get in here, bro.
what's good, chat? My name is Palace, and it's time. I just want to, first off, I just want to credit EC Eternal, because I was, contrary to popular belief, I was watching that last game. And, yeah. But now it's time to highlight the other Emerald City team in the Premier Division. But this is not the Premier League. As you guys know, this is the Cup. So, here we go.
Yeah, and I appreciate you joining us, Palace, and I'm really curious to see what was picked in that second game. It'd be interesting if I can go back in their match thread, but here we go. I think it's 1-1. Piglet is on the field, by the way, for TA. I think it's his first appearance all season, if memory serves. So good to see Piglet out there.
Shout out Piglet. That guy's good. That guy's very, very good. I can confirm it was a 1v1.
Oh, so I guess teams are really, really going for that 1v1. I mean, I'll be honest. Of course, that is something that you can do, and we don't advise against it. But I think it's a little sweaty. But hey, teams are picking it, so good for them.
Chad, do you guys want to know what the result of that 1v1 was? Obviously, Luis said, hold up a minute, Loy Boy. First off, this is who I'm assuming was in the 1v1. Based on what the result was. You guys want to know what the result of that 1v1? I'm just going to say it. It was the same result as that dunk right there. He absolutely demolished whoever came out for ECRC. It was a 10-0 in that game too. So, yeah, I mean, Loy Boy looking like he's picking up where he left off. Unless, I could be wrong. But I'm just assuming that's who they put out.
Yeah, you'd have to think, and it's going to kind of get into what we talked about before the stream as we see Loy Boy puts the second goal of the game in, and TA looking pretty comfortable here, but lovely outlet pass
from Rye Dog.
Yeah, and just Piglet there, not just booming it downfield, but booming it downfield to somebody on his team. So lovely team play.
It's not every day that you have a teammate that can do that. So, yeah, it's very nice to see Piglet back because he's nice with it. For those of y'all who know him, for those of y'all who don't know him, you'll know him soon. Trust me, you will know him soon, as he'll make himself known. He never fails.
Yeah, and I just think if you're TA here, man, I think you really have to take these 3v3 or ECRC. Excuse me, sorry. I think you have to take these 3v3 game modes, just given the likes of Loy Boy. Although, with that being said, he misses the ball. Palace and Smashley on the end of that one to put it in.
Smashley ready to pounce just like any good striker. They tell you if that ball comes off the keeper in real life, somebody's got to be there for the rebound. Smashley, in the perfect position for that. I wish I could do that, but I'll be honest, I just sniff my teammate's ass, and that's why I don't score. But Loy Boy with the save out to Howling Moon, who puts it into the corner, but once again, it's just Loy Boy there. Although not the greatest touch from him. Toadeth can't get on it, but Smashley can with another follow, and ECRC has turned it around yet again.
By the way, chat, Toadeth missed this ball on purpose. It must be said, it's just a brilliant play from Toadeth and Smashley there. That's just the chemistry of a team that's played together. If you're faking those sorts of balls that close to the goal line, I mean, that takes a lot of practice and time. And so shout out Toadeth there for faking that. That's really big.
That just signifies the trust that this team has. That's why, mechanically, yes, ECRC might be beaten, although I know that at least somebody will dispute me on that team. But the thing that you can't beat this team on is chemistry, which, again, it should be said that TA has that in spades. And speaking of things coming in spades in this game, goals. Loy Boy, is that his hat trick? Let me check. Yes, it is.
Yeah,
That is
Lloyd
his
Boy,
hat trick.
that's his hat trick, Maz, but I kind of just wondering where the defense was there for ECRC. Just kind of free ball, middle of the pitch, but Timbers Army don't really care. That's 3-3, and just going back and forth here. I don't really know who's going to win. But I know one thing that's probably not good for ECRC is giving Lloyd Boy a free ball here, but Toe Death stands him up. Can Howling Moon get there? He can. What a save.
My name is not Maz, little bro.
Oh, did I call you Maz?
You might have.
Damn.
It's okay. English isn't your first language, so that's all good.
True. True. But here we go. 24 seconds left. Obviously, ECRC is my pick to win the cup, so would like to see them take this game number 3, but I think Timbers Army fans and players have something else to say about it. But this could be a chance. What a dunk by Smashley is. Howling Moon there. Oh, he is.
Right.
Piglet with the save. Can they get a counterattack?
Somebody keep this ball up, please. Oh, Lloyd Boy going for the bump. Todeath wants to put that down and does so successfully. We have overtime. What a turbulent game 3. 3-3 in game 3. Hopefully we get a game winner at 3:33. Although at that point it won't be 3-3 anymore. So I just would like to see threes all across the board. Speaking of threes, Piglet 9303 with the ball up into the corner. Smashley gets it. Howling Moon out to Smashley. I think he wanted to keep that ball a little bit closer to him. Doesn't quite get it that time. It does lead to a sort of half chance for TA, but ultimately it doesn't amount to anything.
Smashley up in the air. So is Howling Moon. Can Toe Death get here? He can, but he's in a good spot. There's really limited boost here for the Timbers Army side. Can ECRC capitalize? They can't. Oh man, it's just back and forth. Ping pong ball right now, David.
Are we just gonna gloss over the fact that Rydog just got an extermination?
Wait, really? Oh,
He
another
did, yeah.
fake! And Howling Moon puts it away. ECRC take game number 3. It must be noted, Toe Death with 2 consecutive fakes to a
GG.
teammate, and that's brilliant play from Toe Death yet again.
The extermination will not help you if you cannot exterminate the threat on goal. What a performance from ECRC, and they're doing exactly what you said they needed to do. Taking the 3v3, and I'm interested to see what TA picks again, because you can no longer pick 1v1. So we'll see what they pick. What's your prediction, Luis?
What is my prediction? I think it's going to be any game mode in which, again, it depends on if they're going for the super sweat, trying their hardest, or if they're going to go for a fun game mode. If you're trying your super hardest, I think you got to get a game mode in which Lloyd Boy has, well, as much space as he can possibly have. So maybe a 2v2, hoops. If you want to have some fun, I don't know. I'd like to see I'd like to see them go with something like a drop shot. I think this team would be really good on drop
Oh.
shots. So
That would be, that'd be very. Honestly, I can get behind that. I would love to see personally. I would love to see Snow Day. Just because y'all are from up north, but you're not from the part of the north that gets snow, so I would love to see that. Let me. Sorry, I'll be honest, Luis. You're gonna have to take over for the first part because I'm setting up the lobby for Axe and Rose versus Black and Gold Old Timers. So that game will be, making its start in the middle of this one, but we'll be shifting our focus to that one after the conclusion of this one. But right now, we are in the midst of a very, very heated series. I mean, I would expect nothing less from a Seattle-Portland rivalry. So,
yeah, and David, unfortunately, I do have to make my exit. Maz is going to be hopping back in the booth with you, so good luck on the
ain't
rest
no
of the
way your
series.
pizza came.
Yeah, Domino's is here, chat, so it must be consumed. But I will be in
This is
chat
why I was in
watching
the-
you guys.
This is why I was here in the commentary chat for the last 30 minutes, because he said his pizza was coming. So I was like, oh, bet. And then I just sat there and watched.
So I will be enjoying my stuffed crust pizza from Domino's, but I will leave you guys to it. See you guys. Have fun.
Hey, enjoy your pizza, Matt. Take care.
We do not care.
No, you should have used the soundboard for that, David. Missed opportunity.
Nah, I like my impression better. Oh wait, this is gonna be West, isn't it? Because it's
Yes, it
it's
is.
2 West teams. Okay. All right, cool. Are we good for?
I am making the lobby right now for.
Oh, was there a reset?
Well, yeah, because they wanted to give me the control. So I'm setting up the lobby for games 4 and beyond for this matchup. David, let me know when you have your side set up, and yeah, that way we'll have everything captured and ready to go.
All right. Okay. I've got my stuff set up for this other game.
Hell yeah.
So I might have given them the wrong name for the lobby. I hope I didn't, but I might have. So
We'll see.
yeah, we're about to find out, chat. But speaking of chat, I want y'all to give your predictions right here for this series between ECRC and TA, because this is really getting heated. Let's go. I did not give them the wrong information for the match. I would like to add.
Folks, we are just about ready to go. Both teams are in. They will be joining up. And we will be going back to the dunk house yet again. Hoops is looking
Let's
like
go.
the most popular game mode so far. Here we go. Game 4 between Emerald City RC and Timbers Army. Right now, a bit of an interesting start. Ball's in the middle, rolls up off the basket. Rhydog needs to clear it off the backboard. He does. Your two for ECRC are Howling Hood and Smashly FC, and they're facing off against Loyboy and Rhydog. And speaking of Loyboy, he gets the first goal in this hoops matchup.
He's just always there. He's impossible to get around. Yeah, that dude is everywhere.
And that's why I feel like Timbers Army are going to be well set in this hoops matchup, because the fewer opponents there may be, the more chance Loyboy gets to showcase his skill, and Loyboy is back into it. This time off of the sidewall, slapping it down into the blue basket. 2-0 to Timbers Army, and we've only played 31 seconds.
I don't know if y'all saw in chat what I said earlier. I said Luis mentioned in the last game that it is always a great option to go off the sidewalk because you've got a beautiful angle for an air dribble. But the thing is, I mentioned in chat that it's just so difficult because the ball bounces so much. You know, it's tough to control that. Unless you're Loyboy, it's difficult for us mere humans, but not him. Good God.
And speaking of Loyboy, I mean, let's give a shout out to Rhydog as well, who has been on it defensively. Previously, we saw a good chance for Howley would try to get it off of the ceiling, and Rhydog was able to make it on time. Loyboy, solo air dribble. Smashly was able to read that. Rhydog slowing it down once again, going off the wall, on the ceiling, getting the first touch, but Howley Wood remaining patient, waiting for that and getting it out of the way. Ooh, a bit of a teammate bump, but Smashly's undeterred by that. Ball finally goes out. He gets the boost, but Howley Wood's not able to make it yet again. And Timbers Army is on top of this game.
I mean, yeah, Timbers Army controlling the pace in this one, controlling the mid-court. I mean, they're doing everything that you could possibly ask for. ECRC are getting some good chances, don't get me wrong, but I mean, man, you can understand why TA picked this game mode.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if anything, you want to get the most out of Loyboy, right? So this is the game mode. He is absolutely enjoying this right now. Howling Mood, on the other hand, is kind of struggling. We'll see if he can showcase his ability, because he's also a very good player, by the way, but he just hasn't been able to showcase his best. Loyboy getting it out of the rip. That is not easy, folks. That is absolutely not easy, and he made it look like a piece of cake. And right now, Smashly trying to up the pace, really try to crank up the pressure. to no avail. This Timbers RB side looking quite comfortable defensively. Howling will try to go for a solo air dribble. Does not really catch the ball well. Now he needs to backtrack. He does have the boost, though, to challenge Rydog, who beats him. Lets it go. Doesn't have the boost fall up. Now Lloydboy off the wall. This is spelling danger. Good job by Rydog. Sorry, Howling Boot. To get there quickly, Rydog couldn't do much to follow it up, though. And right now, it's just a 2-goal lead. But that lead extends to 3. A terrible bounce off of the corner. Smashley was not ready for that. I think he was a bit too late to it. And the ball ends up into the blue basket yet again. 3-0 to Timbers RB with less than 2 minutes to go. Surely, this is Timbers RB's game to lose.
I'll be honest, chat. If that bounce happened against me right there, y'all know what I would do. I don't even have to say it. If you know me, you know exactly what I would do. That's just unfortunate. I don't know if I can say. I mean, I will say it if I have to, but I think you guys can just
No, I don't.
leave that one to your imagination.
Yep, I know where this is going. Once I heard what
There's
you
no-
had to say, that right there, yeah. Anyways, ECRC, well, they won the 3v3 matchups, but they've lost the other ones. The game 2 was a 1v1 between Howling Moon and Lloydboy. Lloydboy winning that convincingly, 10-0. And now we have this Hoops matchup, 3-0. ECRC have tried, but they've been outmatched, mostly by Lloydboy, but Rydog has done a great job defensively as well, in support of his teammates.
53 seconds left for for ECRC to get anything out of this map. But, you know, as of right now, I mean, once again, they've had some decent chances, but TA has really just controlled the pace in this one. It should be noted that, you know, I respect TA so much for, you know, handling business on their game picks. They really are doing everything that we could possibly ask for them, and Lloydboy adding another just for good measure. What a snipe right there.
Is that his 4th goal? He scored every single goal, hasn't he, in this game?
He has.
Dang, I mean, talk about maximizing a player's potential. I mean, when you have a player like that, too, you want to unleash him, right? I mean, surely this was their game plan all along.
If I'm playing against, like, if I'm playing hoops and I come up against a player like Lloydboy, y'all know what I'm gonna do, chat. I'm gonna jump off a fucking building.
All right.
In
Now we're
Minecraft.
crossing the line.
In Minecraft.
As the clock ticks down to 0, we're gonna be tied yet again in the matchup 2-2, entering game 5, which will be a 3v3 yet again. I think ECRC is probably going to look forward to getting back into that game mode, because so far they have struggled in these other game modes. GG.
But now we're coming back to the most important one, though. So, you know, ECRC, I really do think have a very, very good chance, because as a reminder, you know, there's, if I'm not mistaken, you can loser chooses in game 6, right? But games 5 and 7 are both 3v3, right?
Yes, that is absolutely correct, pals.
So if this trend continues, then, you know, it's looking like a 4-3 win for ECRC. But that's if they can keep that consistency on the 3v3s. And, you know, I'm liking what I'm seeing from them. There's argument to be made from, if you're an ECRC stan, you know, if you're one of these delusional people, sort of like Arsenal fans, and you're like, oh, see, it's a 10-pot win because it was on, what's it called? It was on extra mode. It wasn't on the real 3v3. But now's your chance to prove yourself if you're TA. You've got the momentum just like after the 10-0 in the 1v1. Now you've got your chance. So you have to make use of it right here, because ECRC will not let you rest, as we've seen in the other 2 games.
And you know what? After how good they've looked in the league, recently they've had a few struggles. I mean, against KC Calder, they lost in 5. And now here, they've lost every 3v3 game so far. Surely you'd think they'd be able to, you know, make the most of at least one of these 3v3 game modes in order to get back into this matchup and potentially win it. Because as we mentioned earlier, if you lose every 3v3 game mode, you're going to lose this match. Because by the way this is designed, you have to win at least one 3v3 game mode if you're winning all of your other games.
Right, and here's the thing, this is a team that, like, it's not like these guys are scrubs. Obviously, you guys have seen how they play. It's not like these are a bunch of guys who don't know each other. It's not like this is some ragtag team that got thrown together just for a tournament. These guys play with each other. These guys have chemistry with each other. They know each other. So, I wonder, is it a confidence thing? You know, did that Rebellion series, that initial one where they got swept, did that one break them? Because, you know, since then, they haven't looked like the same, you know, powerhouse that they were to start off the season. But now, if the best time to get your confidence back was yesterday, the second best time is now.
Absolutely.
Make the best of your chance, Timbers Army, and get it right here.
So far, it's been a nervy game, hasn't it, Palace? I mean, both teams haven't really had too many good looks too many good looks at the net. Sorry, ooh, lost my words there for a sec. ECRC have had the best chances so far, but Timbers Army have done a good job defensively right here. I mean, that game 3 was a goal fest. This has been the exact opposite between both sides.
Yeah, I mean, this is very... Hold up a minute.
Oh my goodness.
Oh!
How?
Now,
How?
I was just about to say, this has been very nervy, very conservative from both teams. And then Loyboy comes out with that. Off the post. Hold up a minute. Is someone back? Yes. Oh, but he puts it in! 1-0 to ECRC. That is tragic right there.
Poor Timbers Army. They had the best chances before. Great defending though from ECRC, and then they get caught off guard. Loyboy stuck in no man's land. Piglet tried to get back. Couldn't make it though. And it's ECRC 1-0. Can they get a second and kill the confidence that Timbers Army obtained in that hoops game? Or will Timbers Army be able to come back? Oh my god, the demos though.
Floating dangerously again. But again, Timbers Army are getting the ball over there. They're getting some decently dangerous looks. They're just not executing.
Ceiling play.
And ECRC made him pay.
Sorry, go ahead.
Here's one. Fortunately, doesn't amount to anything. That was a great chance for them. I like the ideas are flowing. But, I mean, yeah, something's got to change right here. You know, you have to put this... You have to... Honestly, if you have to force this ball into the back of the net, it does not matter how it gets in, as long as it gets in. You need something. 2 minutes to go. You have plenty of time, but Loyboy, their creator for this whole series, creates an opportunity, and Piglet is there to put it away. That's more what I'm looking for Timbers Army.
You know, I was thinking in the back of my head, is this going to go more like that KC Calder matchup where they have the chances but are just unable to score? Or is this going to go like that El Matador matchup where they're going to suddenly wrap it up and choke you to death? I mean, that's the goal they need to make it look more like that El Matador matchup. We'll see if they can capitalize on this and really make it tough. Good challenge there by Toe Death, though. Howling Moon getting his win as well. Can he beat Loyboy? Howling Moon does. Smashly off the backboard. Oh, this is trouble for them, pals, but they get away with it, and they cannot really get a clean counterattack. But ooh, Timbers Army got a wake-up call there for sure.
Desperate stuff from Toe Death right there. Really, really wanted that one. Almost got it, but he prevented the chance. And now Loyboy once again creating, and Piglet with the goal. I forgot I'm reffing another game, so let me stop.
Hey, all good. I'll take over, pals. You good, man? Incredible play there by Loyboy. He is really starting to wrap it up now. Great pass by him. Piglet at the right place at the right time yet again. You know what's crazy? Like, he hasn't really played much, as mentioned earlier. And here he is now. Really showcasing himself back to his best. Welcome back, Piglet, to SGL. In front of the net. Loyboy doing all he can to extend this lead for Timbers Army along with his teammates. Right on. Getting bumped away, has to go back. Piglet, nice challenge right there. You know what's crazy? No Nelly, in this matchup, but Piglet's making sure they don't miss Nelly in this 3v3 game mode, and this will be the turning point for Timbers Army if they get the win right here. With about 30 seconds to go, it's now or never, and oh my goodness, that is a hell of a mistake to make, and ECRC are back in it.
Not like this, Timbers Army. Not like this.
Of all the good moments you've had, you give up a goal like that. That is not going to be good for the mentals. ECRC are back in it though. Hard pass. Toe Death needs to touch it away. Make sure that Timbers Army don't get an open net. Nice pressure there from Howling Moon. You know what's funny? We haven't really talked about Howling Moon too much, but he has been playing a good part in this matchup. Really helping out, especially defensively, and in the midfield too.
Ranger Wolf in chat said, "Is this my nightmare?" Well, those of you who are in the SG scene, you may or have been around MLS a long time, you might remember a certain Seattle Tifo. Welcome to your nightmare. And that is what this team is saying against Timbers Army. They have gone all in. They are trying to build the bonfire, but will they be successful? This overtime will tell all. I really think whoever wins this overtime wins the series.
Well,
This is that crucial for me.
let's not forget there's still that extra game mode for the loser. They can't turn it around, but right now it does feel that way, doesn't it? Like, it's on a knife edge. Both teams are now playing a little bit safer, making sure they don't really give up an open net or make a mistake. It's been an absolute cinematic experience so far with how this matchup has gone. ECRC trying to get the game win, especially doing it all on his own. Incredible play, but to no avail. Toe Death all out at the back against Loyboy.
Oh.
Loyboy with a surprisingly heavy touch. I would not expect that from him.
I think he wanted the mind game right there. He went into 1v1 mode just for a second, wanted to get him to bite, but unfortunately, the tackle was a little bit too far away from his hands, and the fish got away.
Had the open net there, Faust, but he just couldn't get that second touch off the backboard too. Loyboy now turning it up. And right now what I'm noticing, which is interesting, is Rhydog has been sitting back a whole lot more. And Piglet has been freed up because of that, and the whole team's looking better. But do you think there should be a moment where Rhydog should push up and, you know, take a chance?
Absolutely. I mean, this is Rocket League, especially at this level. Everybody's got to do their part at some point. But I do like that he has been playing more conservative. They have looked more solid on defense. Honestly, we wouldn't even be here had it not been for that one whiff. But hold up a minute. Looking awkward on the goal line. Eventually it gets cleared. But, I mean, yeah, a little bit of nervy moments. But, no, yeah, it's like I said, we wouldn't even be here had it not been for the whiff.
Yeah,
So-
absolutely. That one little awkward moment made a big difference. Oh, good pass out to Rhydog. Rhydog just couldn't get a touch there. Oh my goodness, that got off of the corner of the goal too. The little ping that you heard meant that it could have got in, but it didn't. And Timbers Army looking a little nervous right now. They're kind of boost starved, aren't they? And they need some help. That Devil might have helped Loyboy because he got 33 boosts instantly to be able to get going.
And he got himself back into position as well with a good spawn. I was gonna say, chat, y'all know how funny it would be if Maz accidentally had like the Taco Bell like bell on as the crossbar sound, and we got that in the middle of that
my
skill.
goodness! Hold the
Howling
pass!
Moon! What a dunk! Dunked it with all 4 of his wheels. Said, you ain't going nowhere.
God
Sit down.
damn. Listen, we had a hoops game in Dunkhouse, but Loyboy couldn't really do much right there because Howling Moon came in with a dunk in Soccer 3v3. Oh man, now this game is now this match is looking really interesting. Which game mode will Timbers Army pick?
I mean, yeah, I got no idea because not Timbers Army. ECRC has their number in 3v3. So what I would think is, I would imagine 2v2 with Loy and Rhydog. That would be my guess, but I don't know. if I'm being completely honest, because do they have, I don't know, does ECRC have the same kind of confidence in 2v2 that they have in 3v3? Because right now in 3v3, they are running, well, I don't want to say they're running all over them because they're not, but they are really grappling. They're finding their chances. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see what they pick. A lot of people in chat are saying drop shot. Frankly, I would like to see drop shot.
Yeah, honestly, me too. We'll see if that is indeed the case. We are
Y'all
now
know what
going
my
in-
favorite game mode is. It's Snow Day. And that's currently what's being played between Axe and Rose and Black and Gold Old Timers, which I would like to say, a little score update for y'all. Black and Gold Old Timers won the first game, as you would expect, with a goal from Christian the Plumber. In the second game, we are playing Snow Day right now. Axe and Rose's pick. Axe and Rose is up 3-2 with a minute 30 to go on the mighty Black and Gold Old Timers in Snow Day. So, you know, these are the extra modes. Anything can happen. You might actually, if you are Timber's Army, you might pick something and you might have just stepped on a landmine. Because that might be the Sounder's preferred one. So, I don't know. This could be anything right here.
Well, they're also trying to maximize Loyboy's potential right here, too. And it, honestly, with the remaining game modes, it had to be 2v2. I mean,
It really did.
I'm going to pick drop shot personally because, you know, Timber's Army has the aerial prowess. I mean, so does ECRC, don't get me wrong, but you know, with Loyboy, Rydog, and Piglet, they were really doing well in the air. This 2v2 matchup is going to be very interesting. I thought we were going to see Smashly and Toad together, but we're actually seeing Howling Mood and Toad. I mean, they're
That
all two
surprises
players
me.
at the end of the day, so they should be fine.
Something that surprises me is, I mean, if this pick makes sense. I mean, we saw how, again, I didn't watch the match because we were in a different game, but assuming that it was Loyboy in that 1v1, you know, freeing him up with that space, this is a game mode they like to call 1v1 with a partner. It is sometimes referred to. This is a game mode where you are freeing up Loyboy with a lot more space than he would normally have in a 3v3 lobby. It is not going to be nearly as easy to lock him down, and he's showing his quality right here with that little bit of space that he got.
Big time, and he definitely got the space and time that he needed to get that first goal. Huge one for Timber's Army as well. Open net. Rhino couldn't really put it over Toad Death. Toad Death, what's he going to be able to do here? He does not get the time to do anything because Loyboy's right there yet again.
Chat, I have, speaking of teams that involve Portland, I have unfortunate news if you are an upset enjoyer, as Axe and Rose SC have just owned gold with 10 seconds to go to make it 5-3 in favor of the Black and Gold Old Timers. So unfortunately, the upset won't be on in that one, and it will move to 2-0 in the series for the Old Timers. But back to this one. Yeah, Maz, I mean, I don't know what to make of this game so far, this 2v2 game, because it's not quite as, I guess, free-flowing as I thought it was going to be, with, again, Loyboy being freed up and having more space.
Yeah, both teams have been surprisingly conservative with the ball. And Howling somehow keeps it out. Oh my goodness, what a save. I was going to go in, but he somehow kept it out after all of that. And it's those moments that'll help define this matchup. They need to do it again, though. This ball's creeping in the middle. Rydog gets the second. Oh my goodness, what a sequence right there.
Man, I'll be honest, I missed the entire thing because I was changing the game mode on the other match. So, Maz, walk me through that goal because I just spawned in on the replay of the red smoke.
Well, good slow play from Loyboy, faking out Toad Death, and then for a second touch, tries to go after Howling Moon, gets a 50 on him right at the goal line. As the ball just creeps right in front, Howling Moon has to let it go, and Rydog is there to smash it into the back of the net. And that is how you play twos. You let the main guy dominate, and as a support guy, you come in and help out and clean up. So far, I would have thought that there would have been more, you know, of an impact from ECRC, given that this is their game mode. You know, twos is the game mode that they like to play, but they've really struggled against Loyboy and Rhydog here.
Yeah, to be fair, anybody would struggle against this pairing. I mean, again, all it takes is one strong 50, and then boom, he's gone.
And just like that, yet again, Loyboy gets another goal for Timbers Army. 2 for him, 1 for Rhydog. We're going to be going into Game 7 for sure at this rate, because Emerald City RC haven't had a chance to respond. So far, it's been all Timbers Army right here. Good bump attempt there. And Toe Death gets one back, courtesy of a huge bump from Howling Moon. Rhydog misses it from the ceiling. Loyboy was kind of out of position, had to get back, and Howling Moon was right there to see this off. 3-1, still 66 seconds to go. I mean, if ECRC could get a second soon, this game is on a 9 finish yet again.
One thing y'all know about this ECRC team is you can never count them out.
Absolutely.
I mean, they're showing it right here again.
Ball's loose at the opposite end. And Palace, I mean, for ECRC, they can't just drop back anymore, can they? Because time's running out, and this Timbers Army team can easily time waste to their heart's content if they're not careful.
Yeah, you gotta go if you are ECRC. Right, again, it's not quite as desperate as it would be, but now, I mean, 30 seconds left. Now it's desperation time. Go, go, go. Doesn't matter if you got no boost. You got nothing to lose at this point.
Oh, absolutely. Howling Moon has to get the 100 boost he does off of the corner. Nice slow play, but the clock is ticking. We're entering the final 10 seconds now, Palace. That is not going to help ECRC. Oh, what a feat! Oh, what a beat! And that is it. We are heading in to Champions Field 3v3 one last time.
I mean, that right there is a masterclass in Diego Simeone style time wasting. Just wait for them to make a bad touch and then just do whatever you want with it. That was masterful game management from Timbers Army right there. And look, we're back here. Timbers Army has not won a 3v3 game yet, but they've taken all 3 of the extra game modes, yet they have not been able to carry that momentum into the 3v3. ECRC has owned this game mode so far, not because of they've been outplaying, not because they've been dominating, it's because they have outlasted them every single time. They have never given up, even when it looked impossible in the other ones. We are in for a real treat. Chat, buckle up, because we are in for something.
Yes. Game 7. Champions Field. This is it. Winner goes to the upper semifinal to face El Matador, and the loser goes down to the lower bracket. Both teams are in. Both teams are ready. We are going to kick off very soon.
You can feel the tension in the air. You can cut it with a knife. This is what it all comes. Chat, we're in the first round. This is the first round of the cup. I want you guys to understand that. Like, this ain't the final. This ain't anything else. This is the first round, but it's got the intensity of a final. And ECRC are certainly feeling the nerves. Rivalry matchup with the old enemy. And a mistake is made within the first 6 seconds.
This is exactly what Timbers Army needed. They needed an early goal to settle the nerves. And now it's all on ECRC to get one back. So far, they have been mastering these threes games in this matchup. They just need to do it one more time to see it Timbers Army off and put them into the lower bracket. Rydog, oh my goodness, trying to get it off of the ceiling. Piglet off of the crossbar. He almost had his second. And now Howling Moon takes charge.
Chad, this is Champ Field. Everything runs differently here. The whole entire momentum of a series goes out the window once you step onto that field. Once you see that GC-shaped awning, everything goes out the window because it is now a best of one and the nerves run rampant. This is what Game 7 is all about right here. Nerves, tension, waiting for your opportunity. And Timber's Army took theirs, but now it's time for ECRC. As the ball goes into the other opposing half, Toe Death wanted the pass into the middle. Crossbar, who's there? It's Toe Death. Toe Death, but it's saved by Piglet. Second shot by Howling Moon, and it will be 1-1. ECRC have taken their opportunity to get back into this one, just like they have the entire series.
I mean, look at where Howling Moon came from to get that shot, Palace. He came from the left side all the way to the right. Still put enough power into it to beat two goalkeepers at the near post. Incredible finish. And for all the struggles Howling Moon has had, he has really turned up for these 3v3 games.
He has. Shout out to the double backboard hit, by the way. I personally love that play. And so it's great to see that play run right here in this situation. I almost started calling the other game. But Loy Boy, I'm not seeing a replay.
There it is.
Good God. Oh, that's unfortunate. Just didn't have the boost to get there, and Loy Boy, I don't know if he was anticipating that touch from him. That is nice from him.
Yeah, he took advantage of the situation right there. When you go through defensive struggles like that, you will get punished in SGL, as Toe Death learns the hard way over there. But we've seen them come back before, Palace. They've done it in past seasons. They've done it this season. Can they do it again? They surely have the firepower for it.
But they don't have the space for it right now. Although, that's a good touch from Howling Moon. Toe Death doesn't get over the last man. It doesn't quite, but one's dead in the corner. But look who's on the ball. It's Loy Boy. It's Loy Boy still on it. But a good challenge from Howling Moon on the backboard.
I know we're mentioning Loy Boy all the time, but let's give credit to his teammates Piglet and Rydog as well.
Yes.
Both of them have been absolute rocks defensively in this Game 7. And they're allowing Loy Boy to express himself, to play with freedom. Smashly gets it off of the crossbar, barely keeping it out. Could that be the turning point for ECRC in this Game 7?
I can't believe what I'm witnessing. I thought that was in. I really thought it was in. Smashly, I would like to give his flowers because that man has never given up. But right now, Loy Boy wants to choke the life out of ECRC. Rydog forcing the touch out of Howling Moon, and Loy Boy was already up. He already knew where that touch was going.
Notice how
he did not
ECRC
care.
Sorry.
That's all I have to say.
Okay, sorry about that, but notice how both players for ECRC were bootstrapped at the back there, but we're gonna forget about that right now because Toe Death comes in with an instant reply off of the kickoff, getting the 100 boosts off of the side and winning a huge 50. And now,
Blocked by James.
oh, well, there it is. I mean, you know, Seattle Supersonics. I don't know if there's a similar reference we could give right there.
Nah, there isn't. That team stinks. No, I'm kidding.
Unfortunately.
I'm kidding.
But ECRC are still in it, Palace.
If ECRC ties this up and then say I don't know, we get a 0-second winner from Timber's Army, then I'm gonna reference Damian Lillard in the playoffs in that game. What was it? The game-winning 3 from the logo against the Raptors. I'm waiting to reference that. Why is there? Hold on a minute. Why is there?
Anyways, Rydog getting the 4th at the best moment possible. With 77 seconds to go, Toe Death looking awkward. Howling Moon once again with 0 boost. Good power there from Rydog to get the 4th. And after their struggles in the 3v3 game mode, They're now getting back into it, chat. 4-2. And we are now going to enter squeaky bump time very soon. ECRC, though, can they get one back yet again? Toad to Howling Moon. Howling Moon off target. Rhydog brings it out. Doesn't have much boost, though. He has to center it. Not really the best center as Toad Death is able to bring it out. Just Smashly. Toad Death. Oh, he has to let that go. Howling Moon is there to help it along the way. Smashing, great pass, Rhydog, huge save. Howling Moon is right there. 44 seconds to go. 1 goal margin. Yet again. This can go any which way now. Ooh, it's getting real tense, folks. And Palace, I know you've been reading up the in-game chat, right? Have you been noticing what's been going on in there?
Are we talking about in the other series, or
No,
are we talking
here,
about
here.
in this one? I have not been reading in-game chat. I have no idea what's going on.
All right, so let's not worry about
I'm
that. But
watching your
whilst we're
point of
here,
view.
You mind updating us real quick on what's going on with the other matchup?
Well, it's 3-0 to... Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. That ball's on the line. Toe Death, please. Oh, he whiffed. 19, 18, 17. Lloyd Boy wants to finish this one out. Cleared only as far as Rhydog, though. Rhydog to Lloyd Boy, and that surely seals it. Timbers Army clutched up at the right time to take their first 3v3 game of the series. What a time to get it. The man who's been there the entire time for them, Lloyd Boy, delivers off a great pass from Rhydog. All they gotta do is wait out the clock like they did in Game 6, and they will. That is a heartbreaker if you are ECRC.
Damn. That's all I can say, Palace. Damn. What a match. That was incredibly intense. And Timbers Army come out, the match winners. Congratulations to them. All they needed was one 3v3 win. They were winning all those even games. You know, their 1v1s, 2v2s, and hoops. They just needed this one 3v3, and they finally got it, Palace. GG's to them.
GG's to them. I mean, yeah, no, that was crazy. That was crazy. I genuinely have no words, because that's what Rocket League is all about right there, that series. We had everything in that one. We had rivalry, history, you know, volatility, uncertainty, you know, times where it seemed impossible. And finally, the resolution that the Timbers Army fans will have been waiting for. Unfortunately, not the end you're looking for if you are a Sounders fan, but my God, what a conclusion we had. That had everything from start to finish.
Big time, but we're not done yet, folks. We have one more matchup to go. We are now going to be going to the first matchup of the SGL Championship Cup very soon. And it is going to be a 1v1. Oh, no.
I'll be honest, chat, you guys...
Hamburger Herder Palace. I hate to say it. This is going to go one way.
I'll be honest, chat. You guys know what happened in the last game. So right now, it's 3-0 in the series to Black and Gold Old Timers. We were supposed to start this game about 3 minutes ago, towards the last 30 or so seconds of the other game. Here's what happened. I switched it to 1v1. I only switched the stadium. Literally only switched the stadium. And the ball turned into a puck. And so that's why we're just starting this right now, because I have no idea how that ball turned into a puck. I didn't want to explain it there because that would have taken a little bit of the tension out of the end of that one. I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna wait and just explain my mess ups. And speaking of someone who's not messing up, I mean, it's Christian the Plumber. Y'all know him. You love him or you hate him when you're playing against him. That guy, he's lethal. He's him.
Also,
What else is there to say?
Can I just ask a question right now, guys? Palace, chat. Axe and
What's up?
Rose are down 3-0. Why would you pick 1v1 against this B&G Old Timers team when they have Christian the Plumber?
Well, here's the thing. They very nearly won snow day, and that last game, it came down to the very wire. Axe and Rose has been really close in this series. Like, they've been losing by one, like, it's been 1-goal games, stuff like that so far. None of these games have been blowouts. And so Axe and Rose very much hanging in there. And I respect them, you know, for counting on their ability, you know, really trusting themselves in that. But, I mean, the thing is, this is Black and Gold Old Timers. You knew who they were going to pick from the start. Personally, it's not the move that I would have picked, but I respect them for believing in themselves to try that. But, I mean, this is a human wrecking ball right here.
So, we have a correction from chat. Axe and Rose did win a game. That's why we're in this 1v1.
I'm an idiot, Chat.
1v1.
I'm actually such an idiot, bro.
So now I wonder... Oh no, they won game 3 1-0. Wait, what?
Yeah, it was a 1-0. I thought it. Sorry, I don't know why. When Trevon, when he typed that in there, he said game 3 1-0. I don't know what part of my brain did not register the word one. My fault, Trevon. Y'all, it's 11:45. My brain is
Also, it's
not
2-2
working
in this
right now.
matchup, by the way. Sorry, I have to interject. It's 2-2. So,
Like I said, my brain is not working.
quick recap, folks. Sorry about that. Live corrections. That's on us. We'll do better for sure in the future.
I'll be honest, I won't do better. I'll try, but I'll still mess up.
This was a grad we, like SGL we. I wasn't trying to put you into this, but sorry. Just to recap, game 1, Big Dogs win. Then they went to Snow Day for game 2. They lost that 5-3. That's what Palace was talking about earlier.
Yes.
Game 3, Axe and Rose won 1-0.
This is game 4.
This is game 4. I thought we were in game 5 right now.
No, you can't pick extra modes for the odd number games. It's only the even numbers.
Oh, this is game. So, what was this? Oh, it's 2-1. Never mind.
Yeah, the first two to Black and Gold, the last one to Axe and Rose.
Yeah. So.
See, chat, our brains are still scrambled from going on that last series. Our brains are still scrambled.
Okay. We got it sorted. Christian the Plumber,
Wait.
though, is absolutely wrecking this right now. Well, if there's ever a game to come back on, I don't know what's going on with this in-game replay. It's broken. Anyways, we're back. 5-1.
It should be 2-1 to Black and Gold.
To Black and Gold. Okay.
Yes. It said game 1. Oh wait, Trayvon said game 1. Big Dogs 1, A&R 0. I think he meant I think he meant Old Timers, but it's still funny to see Big Dogs get mentioned, even when they're not playing. You know, that's just a massive
Big Dogs,
organization right there.
Sorry. BG.
And speaking of
Wow.
of teams who are massive, people who are massive, Christian the Plumber. I don't know if you guys know this, but Christian the Plumber is an actual plumber. I'm kidding, he's not. But he makes everybody else in the league look like plumbers. I'll be real. Hey, Luis, that's crazy. You bailed in the middle of a classic series to go eat Domino's of all pizza. You didn't even need anything good. You picked Domino's, bro. I don't want to hear a gosh darn thing from you, brother.
So, how'd this go again? Who won game 3? Was it Axe and Rose? Yeah, Axe and Rose won game 3, so now we're at game 4, right?
It was Axe and Rose. I wasn't... Okay, here's the thing, Luis. I was in the middle of commentating a Game 7 classic, and so I didn't even see the end card. I didn't see the goal. I didn't see anything. I had Maz's stream up the entire time. I didn't see anything. I'll be completely honest. And I read the message wrong. That's what happened. So, that's how I can forget the series score, because I just didn't know it in the first place.
Well, this Axe and Rose team is still playing this out. Christian the Plumber is stat padding at this point, folks. Here we go. 9 goals. And it's non-stop. Non-stop goals. Non-stop attacks. I don't know when this is going to end. We have 2 minutes to go.
I would like to see, I'll be honest, because Axon Rose has stated that they are not going to forfeit.
Well,
I wonder if Hamburger Herder, at this point, he knows he's beaten. I wonder if he just wastes Christian's time, you know, try to get into his head a little bit. I wonder if it's a little bit of a mind game, the non-forfeit. I could definitely see him going for something like that.
I mean, there does seem to be some trolling going on. It's weird. I mean, Christian the Plumber's just scoring non-stop. He's not going to stop scoring. You know, when you have the chats, why not continuously go for it? But surely this is a wash. And, you know, we've seen this with 1v1 games in the past at like, the higher levels. Sometimes players just want to play it out. They don't want to stop. You know? And other times they'll say, you know what, it's enough. We're just going to forfeit. So, yeah.
I wonder if he's trying to squeeze as many goals out of Christian the Plumber as he possibly can. Personally, that would be my strategy. So, yeah, I mean, just try to get into his head. Try and make him waste all of his goal potential in this game right here, so that way he doesn't do anything in the rest of the games. Because, I mean, you're coming off of a 3v3 victory. You will be down 3-1 after this game because, let's be real, Hamburger Herder is not coming back from this. It's 13-1. But I respect the mind game, or at least the attempt at a mind game here from Hamburger Herder. We'll see if it pays off in the next one. Doughboy is mentioning manatees. Little did you guys know, I'm actually wearing a t-shirt with a manatee on it right now. Manatees are my favorite sea animal, and I would like that to be known. If I ever see a manatee in person one day, like if I'm out in Florida or something like that and I see one, then I would probably cry, because I love manatees. So shout out to Doughboy for mentioning that. And I was gonna say something, but no, yeah, I love that point from Pablo in chat. It's a tactical timeout from Axon Rose. This is what this essentially functions as.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing is we just have to make sure that neither player is trying to throw in this kind of situation. And right now, Hamburger Herder's trying. It didn't look like he was kind of throwing earlier, but now he's trying with Christian the Plumber showcasing his class right here. 15-1 with 61 seconds to go.
I mean, yeah, I wonder what's being said in the Timbers Army chat right now, if anything is being said at all. I would say, Maz, I know you can see other teams' chats. Is Hamburger Herder deafened, or like are they talking right now?
Well, they're not in the Discord chat if that's what you're referring to.
Oh, I see.
Well, not in the SGL server. They might be in a different place though. Oh, Hamburger Herder meets Christian the Plumber. No shot on target, and he also loses out the boost. At this moment, he should be going back, because he doesn't have enough boost to set up. Christian, though, going for a freestyle attempt off of the ceiling. That's going to be a straightforward shot, but Hamburger Herder comes in, makes the save with no boost. Now, tries to go to the other end, gets demoed for his trouble. Folks, we're going to be going towards the end of this match now. I think both teams have had enough. They've accepted their fate.
Yeah, I think Hamburger Herder accepted his fate after 4-1. I'll be real. But he was about to take a little bit of defensive momentum, but yeah, I mean, Christian the Plumber just squashed that right in the mud. So now we're gonna go back to 3v3, and we'll see, you know, if they've had, you know, what essentially amounts to a tactical timeout. We'll see if they change their approach or what they come out doing in the next game, as we have one just for good measure. And yeah, this is going to be back to the 3v3. I'm gonna change the arena. What's the game 5 arena? It's not Wasteland anymore. It's
Game 5 is Aquadome Salty Shallows.
let's go Aquadome. I don't want to hear shit from any of you in chat, because I love Aquadome. So you bastards are in for a good one. Respectfully.
Oh, that respectfully came in clutch indeed. Now, folks, as some people are mentioning in the chat, yeah, this might have been a smart play from Axe and Rose, because this effectively acted as a timeout for them as Christian the Plumber and co decided to go with a 1v1 to get back into this. I mean, the scoreboard says it all right here. I mean, we have nothing else to say. I mean, the numbers speak for themselves, you know, so we are going to be going back to a 3v3, and we will be good to go very shortly once we enter Aquadome.
I would like to say I sound mad because I am mad. I'm mad at Luis for constantly hating on Aquadome. I love this map, and I hate to see him slander it. See, here's the thing, chat. I could be eating sabritones right now. I could be doing anything, but right now, what I'm excited for is this Aquadome matchup. But also, I mean, we had a good game in the last 3v3, so we'll see how this one goes. I love typing in chat like an RLCS admin when they go 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 go. I love doing that. And then the complimentary good luck, have fun. You have to enter it with the exclamation part. Sorry, the exclamation mark. Like 5 seconds after the fact. You have to space it from the word. If it's go go go, you know, and then no spaces in between that and the question, the exclamation mark. Good God, I can't speak right now. Then, what was it all for? It was all for naught.
So I wonder.
Speaking of,
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say we're in for some nautical nonsense in here. What were we gonna say, Maz?
I was gonna say, has Saikugo been playing? Because I don't know if I've seen him tonight. We have Squizzball and Pablo together with Christian. So far, it's really worked out for them. They are leading 2-1 at the moment. But I not see Saikugo around here.
I don't believe Saikugo's played, but Hamburger Herder, hold up a minute. Slots one straight down the middle. Pablo. Wait, was that? Yes, it was Pablo. He was on his way somewhere else, and he just turned just a little bit too much. Wasn't able to get to that ball, and that ball just goes straight into the middle. Not necessarily in a threatening position for a shot, but it works and it goes in. Hanson Rhodes once again have the lead.
I was kind of surprised Pal said, you know, Christian the Plumber not being able to make that, but I think he was waiting for Pablo to make the save. And when Pablo got beat, that was it for Christian. With that said, still a lot of time for BNG Old Timers to come back. Good start though for Axe and Rose. That's exactly what they needed. If they could get this game off of them, then who knows what will happen in Game 6. But hey, I mean, at this point, if they can just keep winning one game at a time, especially against a strong team like BNG Old Timers, Christian the Plumber off target, Squizzball loose into the middle, and Axe and Rose really have a chance of, you know, getting back into this in this 3v3 matchup.
Absolutely. And as you asked earlier, if hold up a minute, because Christian the Plumber, Squizzball, is he able to put this on? No! It goes just high onto an open net. Dark Shade, just a little bit off target, but catches Christian the Plumber in an awkward situation. A goddamn delight is able to put this one in, and it's 2-0 to the Axe and Rose SC.
Terrific
Pablo got
pass.
caught on the wall, and Delight was just able to. That's the only reason he got there, because if Pablo doesn't get caught on the wall, then that's an easy clear.
Oh, absolutely. That was a great pass as well. Terrific play right there. Axe and Rose 2-0 up against this BNG Old Timer team. Yeah, without Saikugo. And Saikugo is a big part of their team, as we are seeing right now. But credit to Axe and Rose for stepping up here and leading 2-0 against this side. This is a huge confidence boost for them for the rest of their season. I mean, they've yet to win a match, you know? So for them, this
for sure
is their best opportunity at getting a win.
Naz, you asked earlier if Saikugo was had played at any point in the series, and I've been wanting to say this for the last 2 minutes, and so I'm happy I finally get my chance. I'll be honest, I have no idea. Here's the thing, y'all. I was so locked in on the other game that I'll be honest, in between game 1 and 2, I forgot to change the game. Like, they requested snow day, and I forgot to change the game mode. That's how locked in I was. And so yeah, I'll be honest. I have not been paying attention to who is in the lobby. But speaking of Hamburger Herder, with a nice shot right from the midfield, those shots are deceptively difficult. It's so easy to sky those on the half volley, but he gets that one absolutely perfectly. You know, catches Christian the Plumber out, and it's 3-0 to the Axon Rose.
We've been seeing this Axon Rose team grow, develop, and get better as the season is progressing. We're starting to see them become way more consistent with their execution. Hamburger Herder with some nice shots, some good overall play from a goddamn Delight as well. Oh my goodness, is that a pinch off of the crossbar? That's insane. Open that squiz ball. No, not on target. Pablo misses. And guess who's getting the goal, chat and David? It's Christian the Plumber.
I mean, who else was it going to be? First off, you know, valiant effort by Darkshade. You know, he had very, very little boost, was trying to get to that. That ball, when it pops out, that's a wild card. And frankly, Christian the Plumber saw it all the way. And unfortunately, wait, hold on a minute, because Christian the Plumber, he gets caught out. And Darkshade makes it 4-1 to Axel Rose.
4-1. Axel Rose. That's insane. I mean, considering how good BNG old timers have been throughout this season, for Axel Rose to lead this 4-1 is surreal. It's absolutely surreal. Christian the Plumber tries to get one back, though. A goddamn Delight carries it out of the back, brings it out to the other end. Christian has to do it yet again. Squiz ball looking a little awkward off the wall. Christian has to get involved once again, of course. Nice bit of X right there for Squiz ball to get it out. No. Alice, I mean, this is an incredible result. I mean, even if they lose this match, to beat this team 4-1, yeah, without Google, but still, a really good result, isn't it?
It is. I mean, this team has been improving and improving all season long. They gave Los Verdes a big scare, and yeah, I mean, this team has really... Wait, first off, hold up a minute. Okay, Hamburger... Okay, we're good. This team has been steadily improving, and, you know, it makes me excited to see how they're going to be in the second half of the SGL season, as Christian the Plumber skies that one, and Accent Toes really just need to wait this one out. They just got to run down the clock, but when that man is lurking, you know, he's going to make it tough on you. But no, I'm very, very happy to see the progression of this team, and I can't wait to see how it goes. But Christian the Plumber not leaving quietly. He never does. What did you expect? It's Christian the Plumber.
56 miles per hour off of his Fennec, 89 kilometers per hour off of Alan's BankersOnly.com radar gun. And
on God,
if it had to be someone to get a goal for BNG old timers, it had to be Christian the Plumber. Can he do it again? He's going for it.
What a save!
Bro, a goddamn Delight. And what a clearance there from Darkshade. Damn, those are the moments that help you win games, folks. Now, Pablo, trying to get himself established. Christian the Plumber's going to clear this out. But, folks, I think this is it. Axon Rose win. Game 5.
Go.
3-2 in the matchup.
Guns N' Roses,
BNG
baby.
old timers.
Shout out Guns N' Roses, man. I mean, they really put it on them on this one. You know, that's a huge result, by the way. Because this is going to be, by the way, as you guys have seen so far, this means that BNG old timers get to choose their preferred game mode. They've already picked 1v1. I'm suspecting we're gonna get 2v2. That's what I'm predicting.
Yeah, I would not be surprised. I mean, if they want to see this off, 2v2. If they want to have fun, oops, drop shot. Actually, drop shot might be a good one.
I don't know if you want to play around with Axon Rose the way they are playing right now, because I mean, I'm trying to figure out the words to use right now, because they are a legitimate threat. They're taking their chances. They're catching them out. when they are getting their chances. And so yeah, we're gonna see. I really hope they pick 2v2 so that way I don't have to change the game mode. And I can
We're
just
gonna
change
have
it
to
to
recreate the lobby, unfortunately,
wait, why?
because no one picked a game mode.
Well, if they pick twos, then
What
we're
did
good. They didn't.
Yeah.
They're choosing.
Wait, where are they
But-
choosing? Because I'm out of the in-game chat right now.
In match setup.
Oh my. Yeah, well, they have yet to say anything, so just waiting on them.
Not that I'm saying. They are conferring. Does Black and Gold know that it's their game pick? I don't think Black and Gold realizes it's their pick.
Yeah, they seem to be out of the loop at the moment, folks. Sorry about that. First time for everyone to get used to this format, so I'm gonna see a few.
We're
bumps along
reading
the way.
Twitch chat, but I was gonna say CGenomics. Are you on the team? Okay, they said it in game chat. Cool. All right, so we're good then. Nobody leave the lobby.
I need to come back in. Hold up. Tell them not to start. They're saying it in Twitch chat? Guys, come on.
Guys, say it. Please say it either in. I mean, I appreciate y'all saying it in game chat, because I mean that's how we figured it out. But, yeah, bro, please either say it in the match thread, or in the game chat, because that's how we're gonna realize. It's just because people have different names in Twitch chat, and so we can't really tell as easily like, oh, is that a member of the team, or if that's just somebody else who's just talking shit. So, all right, perfect. We got confirmation from Christian Plumber. I can't even speak. Christian the Plumber that it is 2v2, and I think everybody's in the lobby. Maz, are you in?
I am in.
Hamburger
We're
Herder's
just
left
waiting
the match.
for
Why
the
is
2v2 players to get set up
why is Hamburger Herder left the match?
because they already have two. They have their two.
Okay. All right, ready? I'm gonna do it.
Waiting on one more for BNG.
I'll hold up a minute.
All right, yeah, sorry, folks. We are stuck at the moment, so we're gonna have to wait.
It's all good.
Waiting for one
All right.
more from BNG Old Timers.
All right, who's chat? I want to know what you guys' predictions are. Who do you think is gonna win this? This is 2v2. Is it gonna be? I don't know, because I would imagine you give Christian the Plumber more space, then he's gonna punish you. I don't know. This is gonna be very, very interesting. Chat, I want to know what you guys think. Do you guys think it's gonna be? I can't even. Sorry, for those of y'all who don't know in chat, I stutter, and so it might take me just a little bit longer to say certain words, just so y'all know. But what I was gonna say, do y'all think it's gonna be Crack and Mold Old Timers, or do you think it's gonna be Ass and Hose SC? Let me know in chat what you guys think.
Anyways, whilst that
It
happens,
looks like we have one in there, but we're waiting for one for the Crack and Bold. So,
okay, Christian, I know you're in Twitch chat. I know you're listening to the stream. What's going on? Give us an update, because right now we're not getting any in the match thread.
yeah, I was gonna say if somebody DC'd, then like fair enough, you know?
Yeah, but we need the update.
Yeah. I just need an update. We're ready. All right. So where's
Where's the second?
Yes, we need a second from you. It's only
They
you in
have
the
their
lobby
second.
right now,
They
Christian.
just got their second.
Perfect. All right, ready, set, go, go, go. Space exclamation point. Let's go.
All right, we're
A 2v2
finally
to
getting
decide it
underway,
all.
folks. Sorry about that. A little rough, but we eventually figured it out. 2v2. As announced earlier, it is Christian the Plumber and Squizzball versus AGD Delight, the goddamn Delight, and the Dark Shade. I honestly thought Hamburger Herder would get involved. I'm surprised he didn't.
Yeah, that surprises me because he's been the main force for them. And Christian the Plumber immediately showing why they picked this game mode. He gets the bump onto Delight, and I mean, that's all you need. It's just that one piece of just disturbance. That's really all it takes sometimes. Chat, I want you guys to know one thing. That was very, very cathartic for me. I came up with that name a couple weeks ago, and I've been waiting to call them ass and hose on stream the whole time. Because right now, they look like they get both of those things as a goddamn Delight. Takes it straight to the goal and puts it in.
That is an
right there.
incredible. Sorry, Palace. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, he made him his hose right there. Just smacks it right
All
in.
right.
That was beautiful for him.
SGL After Dark, chat. SGL After Dark, here we go.
Yeah.
But with that
Yeah,
said, that was
I
a
was-
sweet pass by the Dark Shade. I mean, that ball came out perfectly in front of the net. VG Old Timers had no way to react to that. Not that it matters, though, because Christian the Plumber is the answer to every question that Axon Rose asks.
Christian the Plumber, it's so difficult to defend. How many times am I going to say it? It's so difficult to defend him. I mean, what can you do? You're just a sitting duck at that point. And not a mechy duck either. You're just a sitting duck. So, you're just waiting for that dude to put the ball over you. And right now, he's got another one. Two teammates get in the way, and the ball floats right past both of them. Christian the Plumber asserting his dominance into the first minute of this. It only took 57 seconds, and he's at a hat trick.
3-1 this early, and you know when Christian the Plumber starts cooking, it's you know, tough to deal with for the opposition. And right now, despite the good start, this Axel Rose team is gonna have a very difficult assignment for themselves against this VG Old Timers side. Good job though by AGD Delight. He does not have the boost though to get the 50. Still gets a touch though. Dark Shade getting it out of the air. Ball's loose. Dark Shade gets a second touch. Christian the Plumber pops it up. Delight cannot get a shot on target though. That affords Christian the Plumber the opportunity to clear the ball away.
Now the ball floating back into the middle, into the blue half of the field. Squizzball up for it. Gets the 50, gets the goal. That is how you take a 50 right there. All four wheels on the ball. Never mind, he didn't get a single wheel on that. He got his entire back on it. Chat, what am I even saying at this point? I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know what part of the car is which. You know, it seems I have forgotten my basic body parts.
Uh-oh, open net. Can they do it again? No! Both Axe and Rose players missed. And now the net's open on the other side. And that's it. Christian the Plumber gets yet another goal. His fourth goal of this game. And surely I think this whole match is heading towards a W for BNG Old Timers. And Axe and Rose is probably going to be preparing themselves for the lower bracket.
I respect Darkshade so much for going for the double, but it's got to be a better effort if you want to get that in against this man. I say this man, this team, because Squizzball was right there as well.
Yes, Grizzball had a good shot, to be fair, but I mean, the way this game's going right now, it has been all Christian the Plumber. And these are the kind of game modes, gotta maximize the potential of your big name player, your star player, your number one guy, so that's what's happening.
Yeah.
Open net, though!
The decision to not play Hamburger Herder honestly has kind of baffled me a little bit. And y'all can see why, chat. This is gonna be very, but that's just unlucky. I feel like that just kind of sums up this game for Black and Gold right there. I mean, they've been very much in this series. You know, they've had a lot of great moments, but this game 6 has been all Black and Gold, and that's just salt in the wound for them right there.
Oh, big time. And you know what? As much as they've tried, as much as they've huffed and puffed, unfortunately, this matchup is too much for them. And, well, BNG Old Timers are going for their 7th. Squiz Ball cannot squeeze it past the post. Christian the Plumber, though, following a power shot off of the post yet again.
Quizball just being an absolute menace in the midfield. You know, preventing Darkshade from getting back and then just killing him eventually in Minecraft. Sorry, not in Minecraft, in Rocket League. What am I even saying?
Anyways, good bit of defending right there. A lot of time on the ball, though. And this is where Axe and Rose can really capitalize, especially with Squizball struggling. Christian the Plumber waiting patiently, trying to flick over one. Kind of does, gets demoed first from now. Squizball, 0 boost. He's in trouble. He's out of position. AG Delight going for a pass.
Oh.
Ooh, and
If there was ever going to be any chance to get yourself back into this or even give yourself the slightest glimmer of hope, that was it. But right now, that amounts to nothing. And Christian the Plumber attempted the Doomsy, didn't get it, so Squizball put it right back in for him, and he puts it in for his 5th. Sorry, is that his 5th or his 6th? That is his 6th, forgive me. And he's dropped a foul, bro.
you know what that means? We played the Brazil Janko. 3rd 7-1 of the night, by the way. And it's fitting that
That's
it's happening.
insane, by the way.
Sorry?
That's insane, by the way, that we've had 3 Brazils in one night. Play it, Maz.
No, we're saying what?
Maz. Mikey. I'll do it myself. Brazil. Brazil.
We already played it.
Bora.
We already played it before. You know that, right? But anyways, back to the action. I mean, there's not much else to say right here. This has been a convincing win. Axe and Rose, you know, props to them. They've won 2 2v3 games against this BNG Old Timer side, which does show you this BNG Old Timer side has its weakness. They can be exploited in the league. But in the cup, well, with these extra game modes and these other game modes, you can start to see a few different dynamics come into play. Squizball gets yet another goal. It's all over, folks. It's all over. But don't go home yet, though, because we will have interviews if we can. I think it's late for everyone, though, so I'm not sure if we'll commit to interviews. Klaus, I'm not sure how long you'll be able to stay up for. Oh,
I don't have
AGD
school
Delight gets
tomorrow.
another goal.
I don't have work tomorrow. It's a holiday for
Oh,
us.
same too. I forgot about that. Yeah, I keep
So-
forgetting. It's a holiday. But good job on
Yeah, I
AG
got a
Delight
4-day
following that up,
weekend.
adjusting in the air. You're starting to see the little good things that Axe and Rose are doing, you know? It's not just all AGD
Absolutely.
Delight anymore. You're starting to see some good from the Dark Shade. You're starting to see a lot more good from Hamburger Helper. You know, other players are starting to contribute. And you know what? Despite the struggle in this cup, they have a second chance, 1, and 2 in the league. They'll be much better off, right?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, both of the games that they've taken tonight have been 3v3s. So that bodes well for them when it comes back to the league. And again, I mentioned the improvement of this team earlier. They've come so far from week 1. We're only in week 6, by the way. We've only played 5 games. And the fact that, you know, this team has put up good performances against all the best teams in the league, you know, except for Steel Army. But I mean, that's just running into a brick wall right there. But they've put up good performances against everybody in the league so far, including Black and Gold Old Timers. So, I mean, this second half of the season is really going to bring a lot of challenges. It's going to bring a lot of, you know, excitement. And I'm excited to see what Axe and Rose bring to the table because they're only getting better by the week.
Big time. And you know what, Palace? You were trying to follow along with us earlier. Did you see that potential in Axe and Rose as you were watching some of their earlier games?
I did, if I'm being completely honest, because I watched quite a bit of game 1. And yeah, I mean, even though they didn't win that one, I could still see it. You know, there were flashes of brilliance in there. And so, yeah, I mean, that's been there. It's just the thing is, when it comes to, you know, playing a game like this, it's almost not quite like you want to lose. The 3v3s, obviously you never want to lose, but Black and Gold found it very advantageous to lose those games, and bring on their best game modes, bring on, giving them that one man. I'm not even going to say his name anymore because I don't have to. Giving that man just a little bit more space on the ball because he didn't have it. He didn't have that time. Axon Rose didn't give that to him in the 3v3 games. And I mean, it showed when he was making mistakes at the back. He was, waiting for touches from his teammates that never came, being pressured into going to get the boost and leaving the goal wide open for Delight or Darkshade or Herder or whoever. That happened multiple times. And so, yeah, they definitely showed that quality.
Absolutely. And you know what? Good on Axon Rose for getting better. And we hope to hear some of their thoughts because we will be having interviews shortly. Just need to see who's around. It is late in the night, by the way. But because tomorrow is a holiday, I think most people won't mind staying up for a bit more. And in the West Coast, it's still... try to do the math. 10 p.m. or so, so...
Yeah, I mean, it's... the night is just starting. So... At least for them it is.
Oh yeah, absolutely. God, what a day of Rocket League action, by the way. We've played all but one of the cup matches today. It's absolutely insane, pals.
Yeah, I mean, that's just... What a day. Shout out to you, Maz, for, running the stream. Shout out to Luis, except for after he left to eat his pizza. But shout out to Luis before he left to eat his pizza. But yeah, it's looking like we're gonna get interviews from multiple matches because Rydog has expressed interest in interviewing after his team's pivotal, exhilarating Game 7 performance against ECRC. But first, we're going to highlight the winners of this game between Axon Rose and Black and Gold. As we have an interview coming up with, well, actually, it's not, I'm sorry. It's going to be first, looks like a Trevon who wants to come in for Axon Rose.
We need to determine how many people will be coming in because, this might be a interviewee situation. So we'll see about that real quick.
And this is good because I get the chance to apologize to both teams as well for being a shit ref. So yeah, I do get my chance. Chat, I have allergies right now. Shout out to anyone with allergies in chat right now. I mean, fucking, oak, cedar, hackberry, pine, ash, whatever you got. Hey, everybody, shout out your allergies in the chat right now. Shout them out, cause I know we're all suffering right now.
You sure about that? I'm chilling.
I didn't ask.
You asked chat. I'm in chat.
His ass is not in chat.
Anyways, we have our interview ready to go. First off, Axon Rose. So welcome on in, AGD Delight
hello.
and Trevon.
Trevin, you gotta put some more mayonnaise on it.
Trevin, sorry about that. Thanks for the correction. How you
He
boys
said
doing
mayonnaise.
tonight?
That's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I felt like we have been playing the best we've played apart from the first two games from week 4. I mean, like, we're really starting to click as threes. Our comms are getting great. And honestly, if that was a series of threes, I felt like we would have taken them in game 4. And so I'm feeling great.
Hey, Trayvon Diggs, I got a question for you. Are you Hamburger Herder?
I am.
Okay, because you're a monster in there, by the way.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I try. It's one of those things where it's just like I play Rocket League mainly solo queuing in threes, and that's kind of how I came up. And then I finally had time this year to join the SGL after kind of being a lurker for the last 2 years. And so I'm just glad I can get in here and play with some other people that actually are looking to play as a team and get better. It's always fun.
Nice. Who was it that brought you in, if I may ask?
I think it was a post in the Timber subreddit that I saw. I think it was either Rydog or Greg that posted about it.
I did.
Yeah.
Nice. right? Accounting for multiple teams in this league. I want to ask a Delight. You put up a really really good performance in that series as well. Both of you did. After taking that first game against Black and why am I saying y'all? I'm combining, like, y'all both have ampersands in your name. You'll both have plus signs. What am I supposed to do? After taking game 3 against Black and Gold, I mean, what were you guys thinking? What was the vibes like? What was the team talk?
Well, that's like go ahead.
I was gonna say, I told the guys when we were doing our warm-ups before, hey, look, whether we win or lose this series tonight, we are gonna make a statement regardless, and I feel like we did.
Absolutely.
Like Trevin already said a little bit ago, if that was just a straight normal, week best of 5 3v3 for SGL, we're winning that game 4. And I have zero doubts about that whatsoever. They basically had nothing when Christian couldn't carry the team, and the 3v3 was, easy for us to take. So the vibes were good, and we took that game 3, to go back to your question. We took that game 3, and I just said, hey, what did I say? Statement. Let's keep it going. And I'm real proud of how everybody played.
Yeah, I mean, y'all carried that into game 5. Game 5, honestly, take me through game 5 because y'all dominated that one.
Yeah, game 5, I think it was just one of those things where it's just like, in the 1v1, it's just like, I don't like playing ones. I don't think anyone likes really playing ones except for the people that just don't play well with other people or just aren't good at playing with other people. And so it's just like, it's
I
one
like
of those
playing
things.
ones. I'm good at playing with other people.
All right, well, that I'm just saying that's my opinion on it.
I stink.
It's just I have no fun playing ones. I don't enjoy it, and so it's just like, if they're gonna choose ones, whatever. It just means that we get a loss, and I'll just go in there and do my best, and I'll just waste some time and just fuck with their mental a little bit, because I mean, at the end of the day, all I can do is just make them spend more time on this than they should, and hopefully it'll bother them more than it bothers me. So that was my thought going into that, and I think it worked, because yeah, game 5 right after that, I think, was very, very dominating performance from our team. And then of course they immediately picked 2s after that, because they need Christian to be able to just run loose, and so that's what it is.
I was gonna say that was what we were talking about in the stream chat. I noticed it after 4-1. I was like, I think it was the 5th goal where I was like, he's what's the word? He's playing mind games. It was that early on.
Yeah.
And so I respect that so much as a ones player, because that would piss me the fuck off. If
Exactly.
anybody in chat who has ever played Rocket League in the same voice chat while I am playing 1v1 knows how bad that would get to me. And so I respect you going for that. And then, I mean, yeah, the way y'all carried that momentum into game 5 was unreal. I got one more question for both of y'all. I mean, yeah, I think it's safe to say, statement made. What's your message to your next SGL opponent?
You want me to go for it?
Yeah, you go for it first. I'll see what I can add on to it.
Our messages, we were real easy to overlook and real easy to underestimate at the very beginning. Couple of brand new SGL players, 3 new SGL players if you count Cubadubs. Just feeling it out and getting our feet wet and learning how this league goes. But now that everyone has seen everyone, we're going to hang with the best of them. And you watched us hang with the best of them tonight, and we're going to continue to do so.
Also, I don't know the truth behind this, but I feel like our club probably has, if you're just going to go by MMR, probably the lowest combined MMR of any team that we're facing in the league right now, and we can still win games. And that's what I think it comes down to, is that it's not like you'll have your players like Christian, like who was it last week
Palace.
before? Yeah, like Palace, where it's just like you have players that carry teams, but like looking back at the team that we represent, the Timbers have never been a superstar driven team. They are about team goals. They are about putting in the work, and they are about combining as a team to make something happen. And that's what I really want to reflect in this. And that's why I didn't like push hard to play in the twos game, because it's just like, I want us to win as a team. And if I'm going to go up for ones, I feel like you guys should go up for twos. And it's just like, I don't want anyone to feel like they're not important to the team, you know?
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, that is incredible. That's what it's all about right here. It's not always about the number next to your name. It's about how well you guys play as a team. And honestly, half of it comes down to how much fun you have. It's exactly what you guys said.
Oh,
I
100%.
absolutely love that mentality, because that's the same mentality that I try to bring to LV games as well.
Yeah, it's like, if I wasn't having fun, I wouldn't be doing this. I mean, I've been working 12 hours for the past, what is it, 7 days now, and it's just like,
Jeez.
I got off work and then I came home and I ate dinner and then I jumped on to start warming up. And my wife's probably not happy about it, but I'll take care of that tomorrow. But for today, it's about being here for the team and having a good time.
Absolutely. All right, Delight, Trevin, I got one more question for y'all. I know I
Yep.
said that was my last one, but I lied. The floor is yours to shout out anyone you want, to say anything you want, as long as it's not slurs. Go for it.
I'm gonna say Rydog has been our biggest cheerleader, our mentor, our coach, our godfather. Between matches, he pops into our voice chat just to like shout encouragement and say, yes, keep it going, or you guys are so close, here's something to look at. Thank you, Rydog. You're awesome.
For sure. I'll double up on that. Red Dog has been super helpful, helping us even like go through footage and stuff like that, watching back our games and just kind of seeing where we can be working to improve. Also, I know it's not a super large audience, but if anyone's looking to donate a kidney, my wife needs a kidney, ucla.org/donor. If you are a healthy person and willing to give a kidney, there are lots of people out there that need kidneys, and you may not be a match for my wife, but you may be able to save someone else's life. So if you're a healthy person and you can live healthy with just one kidney, which most people can, go for it.
You know what?
Absolutely.
I'm gonna interject right here. If you could DM me that announcement, I can make it in the Discord server as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
And in
Yes,
socials too,
absolutely.
if needed. If you're okay with that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes. Yeah, if we can help her get a match, you know, I would love to help with that.
Oh yeah, and it's one of those things where it's just like her parents are going through the checks right now, but it's one of those things where it's just like, even if it's not her, there could be a match for someone else. But also, it's one of those things where like it's a week of downtime for any kidney donor, but it's a lifetime, like a huge life change for anyone that receives it. And there are so many people that are waiting for kidneys for years and years and years. So I always encourage people to get, if you feel like it's something you want to do, like please look into it, because you could easily change someone's life.
Absolutely. I just want to say thank you guys so much for your time tonight. You know, thank you so much for the fighting spirit that you guys always show. And I'm very, very excited to see how the rest of your season plays out. Once again, DM admin, Maz,
Yep.
and yeah, we will get that announcement out because we really want to help.
Just
Will
put in
do.
the mod admin chat, by the way. We'll get it sorted from there.
Yes. I know you guys mentioned Rydog in that interview. He's been your biggest cheerleader, and I think that's a perfect transition into our next interview with the man himself. He's already in here. You know him. You love him. It's the accountant gang, Rydog TV from Portland, Oregon. How are you feeling after that series that you played tonight?
Before I even say that, I want to shout out Axe and Rose, man. Again, I know you guys just heard from them, but I love those boys. I love popping in and giving them the encouragement. Like, I'm so proud of them and their mental and how they approach every series. And yeah, after our series, we started watching their series, and I like popped in, was like, let's go, guys. Like, you guys got this. And the spirits for them were all high and everything. Like, I'm so excited and I'm so proud of them. For doing this well. And like we were talking, like I think it was me and Piglet in our group chat, like, oh, like, gosh, they won a threes game, like they won a threes game, and now okay, they might not lose this ones game, but that's okay, and then they bounced back and won the threes game again, and it was just like we were hyping them up, like in our own voice chat and everything too, like so shout out them, man. They're such a joy, and yeah, I love helping them any way I can, and I will continue to do that because they are joyful people, and I hope one day that I can meet them either at a Timbers game or something like that, because they are lovely people.
Absolutely. I just want to say real quick, before I continue with this Rad Dog interview, you actually, I'm sorry, I got allergies. You guys reminded me of something that I wanted to say to Delight and Trevin. I just want to apologize, for not being on my game as a referee. I kind of let that slip in the first one when I forgot to change it to snow day, and then again when I forgot to. I don't know. Also, I would like to say I don't know how the fuck the puck got in there on game 4. That was not supposed to be there, and because I genuinely did not change like the ball. I didn't change anything.
Hey,
Unless
we
y'all were just
won.
playing
We
with-
won puck ones.
That's true.
We won puck ones.
I was like, did y'all play game 3 with a puck?
That's I put the puck in the goal and then the game ended. So all I know is that then
That's
score in
true.
that was 1-0. So
That's true. Y'all, I was gonna say y'all played game 3 with a ball, right? That 3v3 y'all won. You played it with a ball, right?
yes.
Good.
That was with the ball. Also, before I shut
I
up
don't-
for good, happy birthday, Rad Dog.
Hey,
Yeah,
happy
you.
birthday, Red Dog.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
No, but yeah, I don't know how the puck got in there for game 4 because I didn't change that. So, yeah, my apologies for dropping the ball a bit. I was commentating the other game and trying to ref at the same time, so I'm going back and forth between two screens, and I only have one monitor. So, thank you guys so much for bearing with me on that. I'll do better in the future. Also, what do you guys think of my nickname for your team? I came up with a name that I think suits. I think suits y'all very well because y'all get both these things. Have you heard my nickname for y'all?
What is it? What is it?
My nickname for y'all is Ass and Hose SC because y'all get
Oh my.
y'all get both of those things.
Whatever,
And
dude.
So, what do we think? We like it?
Anyways,
Yay or nay?
I'm down for it.
Hell yeah!
Can we ban David?
What was the quote in that one movie, Down with the Bitches and the Hose?
SGL After Dark, baby. Gotta love it.
SGL After Dark.
Now it's on public at Twitch. No longer
I'm
constrained
back.
to our little community right here at the server. Anyway,
I just want
let's get
y'all to
this
know I
back on track.
completely derailed the Rye Dog interview just to say that.
Right.
So, Rye Dog,
Respectful.
I mean, Game 7. You guys haven't won a single threes game yet, but you're going in with the momentum from twos. I mean, what's going through your heads? What's the team talk?
Okay, so y'all are gonna hate me for this, and I
Not as
told.
much as y'all hate me.
Well, maybe. But I was thinking about this game last night, and even this morning as well, and I said, okay, I know if Gojo and Howling Moon are gonna play twos, that's a twos. They're gonna win that game, probably, most likely, because they're twos players. And I said, how do we avoid picking twos? And I said, oh, you have to lose every threes game. And I was like, oh, okay. So then we lose every threes game and win every extra modes game. And I said, F it. Then we just have to win one threes game and we win it in game 7, because if they lose, the game series is over. They don't get to pick an extra mode. And that's exactly what happened. Like, I manifested this morning and last night. Nobody believes me, and that's okay. They don't have to. But I swear on everything, I manifested this. The vibes were good. there were just wacky goals that we were giving up, and I think you saw the progression over the course of time. Of game 1, we didn't play that great. Game 2, we played better. The threes.
Yeah.
So game 1 we played okay. Game 3 we played better. Game 5 we played even better, and then game 7 we took it. And so yeah, we were just we knew we could win the entire time. Like I said, the goals that were kind of getting let up, at least we thought that were maybe like a little bit lucky or just whatever. And so I just kept the vibes were high in our chat, and we were just like, look, like it's fine. We're giving them goals, it's okay, but that means that luck is gonna run out at some point, and hopefully that's obviously in game 7, and it was. And so that felt good. It felt really good. I mean, considering we've never beaten that team before this season, like in any league, in SGL or in like any of the other leagues as well, like it feels good. It feels really good to beat them. Of course, Portland, Seattle, and everything too, but just always constantly being like so close against them. I feel like even last season, I think we got swept by them, but every single game was overtime and 1 goal. Like we were just so close, and now we were finally able to get over the edge this season so far. And so it just feels good. Just feels super good.
Absolutely. I mean, Seattle always brings their A game, especially against y'all. I mean, that is, obviously this is the rivalry. You know, this is the game in between these two teams. So if I'm understanding correctly, it was deliberate, or it wasn't a deliberate to lose the 3 games. It
wasn't deliberate.
Happen.
It just happened to happen.
To fall into place.
Yep, it just happened to happen.
Because there were some goals that you guys were giving up, that it was like these little mistakes, and frankly, like these goals that shouldn't be going in. You know, when you guys were giving up those types of goals in the moment, how did you reset the mental?
I mean, it wasn't even a reset. It was literally just we're fine. Like there was no need to reset because we felt like we were fine the whole time. In between games, we, you know, even like just like in between, like even game 1 where I felt like we played the worst, like it was like, hey, it's game 1, we're fine, whatever, we've got plenty more games. Game 2, we pick ones, Landon kills that, right? Okay, next game. Unlucky goals, whatever. Hey, we're good. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Next game was that Hoops? I think it was Hoops.
Yeah.
And Landon and I killed that. And then, okay, next game. Okay, we're going to play even better. We're going to eliminate the mistakes. I think that one goes to overtime. We lose in overtime. Okay, whatever. Fine. Next game, 2s. Like, Landon and I kill that. Okay, great. Last game of 3s. Like, we just need to put it together for 5 minutes. Like, I felt like there was no resetting. Like, a hard reset like some teams do, where you're just like, oh, you just got killed in a game. Like, you need to mentally check out, take a timeout, like all that stuff. It's like we didn't really need to do that. I didn't feel like, I felt like our vibes were good the entire time.
Nice. Speaking of good vibes, there was a moment in game 7. I know Loy Boy was popping off in that chat. I guess, how did you guys what was it like in that series? Were y'all feeding off of his energy, or were y'all feeding off of each other? Because what were the vibes like from game to game in that series? Because I know that energy in game 7 was infectious. Was it like that the whole series, or what was it like?
Yeah, I mean, since it's my birthday, I just came from like a little happy hour action, a little work function, so I was feeling good no matter what. And on the drive back, I was just thinking like F Seattle, like it's like the Portland Seattle, like just in my head, just F these guys. Yeah, I love them individually, they're lovely people, but in my head, just for the rivalry, I was like, no, F these guys for a series. And so that's how I started the series and kept it all the way through. I mean, game 7, I made 2 tweaks, and I said, Lowboy, if you are doing something solo, just calm it early, and we'll stay on the ground so you can do your thing, and we won't overcommit, because obviously that's what happened against KC in league play.
Mhm.
And the other 2 players, 1, stay on the ground, but then 2 also, like, don't get sucked up so high. When they clear the ball, stay further back, so then we can clear the ball forward, so you're not having to, like, the ball doesn't go over your head. You keep everything in front of you. And I felt like we did that. And I felt like that was the tweak that we needed that could have happened in any other game. But I think it just all came and clicked together during that game 7. And I think with the chats and everything that Lloyd Boy was doing, it was all in good fun. I obviously was in chat with him. Like it was the rivalry. Like he was like, he literally said, I'm only doing this because it's Seattle. And so he just wanted to kind of get in their heads for game 7. And regardless if it worked, it didn't matter. Like I think we just played the best we had the entire series in that game 7 anyway. But
Absolutely.
so if it did get in their heads, then we won the mental battle too. But yeah, it was all just like a mental, trying to get the mental warfare going.
Absolutely. Chat, I mean, y'all, everybody who's been around this rivalry, not just in terms of SGL, but in terms of sport, all across the board. Special things happen when Seattle plays Portland. And I think tonight was a prime example of that. Rydog, one last thing. You already know what I'm going to say. The floor is yours. Say whatever you want. Talk your shit. Shout out people, whoever. Floor is yours.
Yeah. First off, obviously, thank you guys for streaming. I mean, I see the uptime. It's like almost 5 hours. Y'all are freaking crazy. So appreciate you guys. Shout out Axe and Rose again. I'm gonna shout them out again. I love those guys. I'm so proud of them, and I'm so happy how far they've come so far this season. We're not even done with the season. We're halfway through. And I said it before, and I'll say it again. They might not get the results, but they're gonna compete every single time. They want the best out of each other. They want to get better. They keep asking me if they can go through replay reviews or give them tips or all that stuff, and I love to do it because I just want to see them succeed, and I'm happy to do that every time. So shout out them. I love those guys. Shout out my team. Obviously, they were cracked and kept it focused through all 7 games. As much as I hate the Seattle guys, I mean, GG to them. Obviously, like they're a crack team. They're crazy. I manifested the game 7 victory. So I'm not gonna say. I guess I wasn't surprised that we went to 7 one bit. But yeah, like I said, I'm super stoked. I'm super happy that we got the win. Kind of bounced back from the SKC kind of challenge that we had internally, but we got through that, and I'm just super proud of our guys. So GG's all night, obviously, and I don't know what's going on the rest of the week, but there might be some more SGL action next week. This might have been the last thing. I don't know, but appreciate you guys streaming, and we'll talk to you guys soon.
Hell yeah, we love you, Rare Dog. And one last thing, happy motherfucking birthday. Enjoy
Thank
that.
you. Yes, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Well, you guys heard it here from the man himself. The big hurdle has finally been surmounted. The mountain has been conquered. Portland with their first victory over ECRC in SGL play, whether league or cup. I mean, what a day. What a day we had today. But nah, that game especially, I mean, that was something special. It really was.
Dude, that was absolute cinema. I'm saying it. That was absolute freaking cinema. And I love the way Rydog, tied it all up at the end. Like, this was a, Christopher Nolan movie with like a whole lot of suspense and like that little thing that we all tried to follow, but we didn't think about it. All of a sudden, it comes together. It's like, damn, mind blown. That's incredible, man. I love it. But yeah, before we do end the stream, chat pals, I do want us to recap over this bracket right now because we have completed all the upper quarterfinal matches for the SGL Premier Cup. So, Palace, Timbers Army's reward is El Matador. Do you think they look forward to this?
Jesus Christ. I'll be honest. What happened last time that Timbers Army played EM? It was a sweep in favor of Timbers Army, was it not?
Yes, EM won one game. It was 3-1 to Timbers Army.
They completely dominated EM. In terms of TA, I think you like this matchup. Especially, I mean, with the boost coming in after this, the big confidence boost that frankly they needed because they've been struggling a little bit recently. That's nothing to that's to say nothing of Loy Boy, Rydog, and like everybody else has been playing for them. They've Like they've been having a tough time. But, with the wind back in their sails, I think you really like that matchup. Especially considering, what happened the first time they played this season. I just want to say that no matter what happens, I want to see a 1v1 between Caesar and Loyboy. I
Why
would love
Caesar?
that. I don't know. Either Luis or Caesar, but honestly, I feel I would back Caesar in a 1v1 over Luis, respectfully. Um, I don't know what it is. I just kind of get the vibe
I sure hope it's not
that
bait because yeah, that is an interesting take for sure. Not super duper hot, but definitely
it's
warmer.
it's a little warm, but it's not like it's not like ghost pepper hot.
Right.
A little warm though.
Right. So that's EM versus Timbers Army as our first semifinal. The second semifinal is the locals versus KC Cauldron. You know what? With the form that KC Cauldron are in right now, I don't know if the locals would be looking forward to this, but you know what? They will still have a second chance. And if they do lose against KC Cauldron, or if somehow they beat KC Cauldron, the loser of that match will go on to face Emerald City RC in the lower bracket. And that's going to be a fun matchup as well. Meanwhile, at lower round 1, we will have EC Eternal versus the Rebellion, and honestly, that could go either which way. That
Yeah.
is a really fun matchup for me. That could go any which way, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's a toss up. I really think it is. I would back the Rebellion personally, but again, you never know. EC Eternal did show, some pretty good moments tonight. So, I mean, if they can make that consistent for a whole game, then obviously it's a different story. But I mean, only time will tell. Once we get to these matchups, then we'll see what happens. But yeah, I'm very much looking forward to the second round of this.
Unless we forget, EC Eternal did beat the Rebellion in the league.
That's
Albeit
true.
EC Eternal was the home team. In this case, I think they'll be playing in Central, so this should get interesting for both sides for sure. Their reward, if they win in lower round 1, is a matchup against either El Matador or Timbers Army. Ooh, that's going to be tough, but you know what? That's the nature of the Premier Cup. I mean, a lot of these teams are top tier, And for teams like the Rebellion, Eternal, and the locals, they're going to have to really step it up if they want to get a big victory here.
Absolutely. Chat, I want to know, how are y'all feeling about these matchups? Because I know there's a lot of players from other teams in here right now. I want to hear what you guys are thinking. But, I mean, yeah, you've heard our thoughts. We want to hear yours, but, man, what a night. And obviously, we cannot forget about Black and Gold Old Timers. Let's flip it over to the Championship Cup, just in case. Who CG Anomics? Who are you?
That's Christian.
Because you're. If we play next week,
No, that's not next week. Week after.
I was gonna say because we play EM Big Dogs next week. So. Oh, the plumber. Okay, yeah, I'm ready for that 1v1. Give me the smoke.
Actually, that
I
would be an
want it.
interesting 1v1 match for sure, Palace.
I want it. Pause. Give me the smoke.
Sergeant Patrol, aka Dr. Aquatic, saying locals over KC. Ooh, interesting. I mean, you guys are getting better, and KC better watch out. I mean, Cauldron are beatable. They're good, but not flawless. So there's a chance.
Absolutely, yeah.
But we have
Anybody's
to look at...
beatable.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was saying anybody's beatable.
Yeah, absolutely. And as Aquatics in chat says, Ducky is starting to peak. That's right. He's getting back to his best. He's finally got used to that dominus, so we'll start to see more from him. As for the Championship Cup right here, we still have another match to go, guys. EM Big Dogs versus EC Defiance. That is gonna be an absolute freaking banger, because EM Big Dogs got swept by Defiance last week, and they won it. They won this victory over the Defiance. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. I hope you all are going to be around. I think most likely this match will get scheduled on Sunday because, well, They couldn't find a time at any other moment. So Sunday it is for these guys.
Yeah, I mean, this is gonna be a fun one. It's always a fun one when EM Big Dogs takes the field, but I think against, especially with the confidence that they've been playing with the last couple weeks, getting a couple wins under the belt. I mean, the vibes are completely different now, and so I think aren't these two, if I'm not mistaken, aren't these two teams right next to each other in the table? Like I think at third and fourth respectively. So,
No, actually,
or is
LV
LV
is
in
fourth.
between them?
Big Dogs is
LV is
fifth.
fourth. Okay. I mean, yeah, we're all really close. We're all within like 2 points of each other. So, this is going to be a very, very fascinating matchup. And I am, for one, I'm very excited to see how it plays out. But, I think, unless Maz, you have something else, I think that might do it for us. We
Yeah,
have
I just wanna
officially
quickly
passed the
highlight
5-hour
what's gonna
mark.
happen in the next round, pals. So, if
Yeah.
the winner of EM Big Dogs versus Defiance will of course face Steel Army. The loser is gonna go down to the lower half of the lower bracket, and they'll face the loser of Los Verdes versus BNG Old Timers. Meanwhile, Axe and Rose SC will face the loser of Steel Army versus one of EM Big Dogs or EC Defiance. That's about it now. We are done with this
Oh,
stream.
yeah.
5 hours. Ooh, this has been a long freaking stream. Never expected to be
Yeah, I
up,
mean,
but
you've been here the
because
whole time. I just came in at the 3-hour mark.
Right.
So shout out to you for being in here the whole time.
Oh, shout out. No, everyone who contributed. Seriously, shout out to all y'all. To Luis for commentating at the start, for you for coming in, filling in, and finishing it up at the end with me. Appreciate it as always. And I do want to say it's a good thing we're going to have a holiday because I didn't want to stay up this long, but I can afford to now. So we have one more match, as I said. EM Big Dogs versus EC Defiance. Folks, that's most likely going to get played out on Sunday. Be there for this matchup. We look forward to seeing all y'all there for the final matchup of this week. But for now, that's it. We're going to end the stream now. Thank you all for joining us here. Really appreciate it. We hope you've had fun throughout the stream. Pals, thank you very much for helping out again. As always, man. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. And thank you for running the stream. Thank you guys, chat, for being here. I mean, we've had some, honestly, everybody who came in here tonight, because I know it was popping earlier tonight. But that being said, my name has been Palace, and it still is Palace. His name is the only Mazhar. And thank you guys so much for being in here. We will see you guys for the next matchup, EM Big Dogs versus Emerald City Defiance. But until then, adios.
Peace.